Today's the day. It's the chance to battle out for some victories, a chance for the most points, and a chance for some intense racing action. Hello everybody, welcome to Kart Chasers coverage of Champions of the Future and the Americas Series. As today, we're set up in Winchester, California once again at K1 Circuit, as our competitors get all set to go for the day where the max points get given out. It's the Superheat in the main event, and it's all here on Kart Chaser. I'm Justin Prince, alongside me is Bradley Dalton. We are also joined by Nate Dean for our coverage here from California. As our competitors are already getting prepared on the grid for our Superheats today. It should be an interesting day to say the very least, Brad, as these competitors get prepared to start things off for today, where we increase the laps by about 33%, and as well, get the field sorted for how they'll line up for the big event in a couple hours' time.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, whether you're joining us here live on Kart Chaser, live trackside, or maybe you're just watching this back after the fact, trying to see how things go. This is one of those days where the energy is in the air. I can feel something different today, and I don't know how to explain that, but there is a energy in the field. Everyone has showed up ready to perform, and well, let me tell you, after some of the racing we saw yesterday, Justin, kind of looking at things, some of the side-by-sides, some of the hard-fought battles that we had, especially in our junior and senior classes here, even in mini, though, we had some good racing. With all of that said, with all of that together, I'm expecting to see some absolutely amazing runs here, especially this driver right here, Asher Bizanski, here on the front of the go and warm-up today, has been strong for the weekend. I would not be surprised if we don't see Bizanski try to make a great run up front as well.
Absolutely. We're still a few minutes away until we're expecting the rollout for these cards. Believe Nate Dean is standing on by with a report. Nate?
Yeah, guys, real quick before the Mini and Mini U10 drivers roll out. Good morning to you guys. By the way, a lot of talk overnight and during the races yesterday about the procedure on grid, what's allowed to happen on grid, what you're allowed to work on, and that being pretty much nothing. Champions of the Future America Series staff have cracked down on teams and drivers working on the grid, and that also had a little bit of a rule check on the starters. Now, why would that be? If you go back and you think that we are using Champions of the Future Euro Series rules, we don't use starters over in Europe. The KZs, the OK carts are all push to start, so that's something a bit different that we have to work out here in the United States, and obviously the series and teams and drivers working together to try and get some clarification on that rules. So going forward, if a driver or a mechanic is working on their kart on grid after the 3-minute board, disqualification from the session. Guys?
Big rule, and of course, big to make sure you get that kart ready to go before that point. We're almost at that point right now, expected for today for our competitors when it comes to our minis as we get set for them in the next few moments. Bradley, in particular, it's going to be very interesting who's able to come on top of the course of today, of course. When it comes to this championship in of itself, it's had some interesting twists so far. Amongst the battles, some of the under 10s have looked pretty solid too.
Yeah, a lot of our drivers here in this mini and mini under 10 group are very quick, very fast, very much going to be in a great position. So just kind of looking through here at all of our drivers going through, we've got Kendall West, the number 211 GFC kart in P8. Now she has been very quick all weekend as well, and I'm looking to see going through. Further forward here, we have Sebastian Matijacic, who I would say is going to be a challenger up in the front. Warm-ups again this morning were very telling in terms of pace, but at the same time, they weren't as telling in pace because some of our drivers were mixed up from places where I thought they would be. So we'll see where all of that shapes up here whenever we get into this run of the day.
Mind you, one of the main conversation points too yesterday was temperature-wise. how things were. It was extremely hot on the track temp in particular, where you've seen track temperatures as high as the 130s. Now, the air temperatures per the readout from time and scoring is currently only about 61 degrees. Well, check that. That's in Celsius right now in terms of the temperature. So what we're trying to say is it looks to be pretty toasty. Potentially for some, it's 69 degrees Fahrenheit actually. It's just the way the temperatures expected to rapidly increase here could still have an impact on those tires before either teams elect to put them on already for now and get a heat cycle in them here, Brad, or in some of their circumstances, wait to the final and get themselves ready to go for them to blister immediately, or not blister, at least blister in terms of pace on the track in a bit.
Well, the tires, I think, here in the mini category, I think they're going to pretty well leave them alone here for the super heats. I think the finals will be where they change. I think KA Junior, KA Senior is where we're really going to see a split strategy in the tire run here, because thinking back again to yesterday afternoon, what Nate showed us with what some of those tires were doing, I don't even want to call it blistering. I almost want to call it just disintegration of what those tires were doing. But I think here in the mini under 10 category, even with the 90-degree track temperature that we have right now that's expected to continue to rise, I think they'll be kind of okay. So we're going to send it down to Nate. Nate, what do you got for us here on the pit lane?
Real quick, guys, you talked about tires and what we're going to do this weekend. Gabe, if you look down here at the 216, brand new rubber on this HRT machine.
There's the point, absolutely. So some of the teams have indeed made the swap to make sure they're ready with the warm-up on top of that to make sure there's a heat cycle there too. So these competitors are ready to find a way to fly around your racetrack. Again, the 200s for the normal mini class, the under 10s are in the 100s. Right now, Asher Bizanski is going to be set to go on the front of the field over Nomadix Carlucci. Rest of the field scrolls on screen. Some of the air notables up towards the front of the field. Matthew Pachuli's been very fast. Carson Bishop has a cushion by about a position over Matty Yashuk on the lineup, with Benjamin Debbie separating them on the order. Kendall West should be amongst the top 10 also after several hard charges throughout the course of the day. Freitas, even with the charge to outrun some of the drivers in one of the heats in under 10 classification, is going to have to be fighting from the back half of the field to catch up to the rest of the under 10s. So right now we're getting all set to go. So here's what the lap counts are going to be for those who missed yesterday. The super heats are 10 laps for the mini, under 10s, and mini. Then the KA juniors are going to run for 12, 15 laps apiece for the seniors, as well as the KA 100 Heritage and X30 Pro classes here today. Your final thoughts, Brad, before we get ourselves rolling here today?
I like that we're earlier in the day. I know by the end of the day yesterday we had some absolutely amazing racing. Warm-ups this morning looked really good as well. Everyone looked like they were in a rhythm and ready to go. So going into these super heats and then the final I don't even want to call it afternoon, because our first final technically is going to kick off early, right at noon. So kind of looking at everything here, I think it's going to be a great day for racing, and I have a feeling that by the time 2:30 hits, there are going to be some big storylines going through here at the end of this round.
Few slaps on the tires as these karts get themselves all riled up and ready to go here today. Let's get ready to find things out on the inside line in that competition speed. The Nash Motorsports of Carlucci is on the outside. Carlucci tries to find a way to move ahead. So, happy with us here today from K1 Circuit in Winchester, California. It's Champions of the Future. It's America's Series. Ready to go. Getting all set to go. Remember, they had to wait to the old cones. A few drivers over the tram lines were underway. And a good start for Bizanski, who's able to clear already. Covers off the top. Drivers go 3 wide in a battle for about 4th and 5th. But Bizanski is the one who sets the tone immediately over the rest of the pack. The Nash Motorsports of Carlucci has lost a spot already.
Seeing them mix up here in the front of the field as we come through the first D on the track, heading into Sector 2. Some dives down the inside there, mid-pack and further back. Some Kartnik karts, some GFC karts, all looking to shuffle positions up. Great run from Asher Bizonsky there to get back up front here early on. After Heat 3, of course, we saw him lose the lead there to Carlucci early on, not able to catch up here on the day so far. They've swapped positions, and we see that that is going to continue its way along as they go through, keeping this battle alive up in the front end. We're just going to have to wait and see as we cross the line for the end of lap 1. It is going to be Bizonsky up in the front, Carlucci, Benjamin Tavy, the Nash Motorsports driver, up into P3.
Yeah, that's how quickly Carlucci fell down right to the second of the Nash Motorsports karts. But as you see there on the pylon, also a change involving the under 10s immediately with that 3 wide of the back. Bishop is now at second after a -3 to begin things off in the class. A few drivers getting a little loose in the grip. Those drivers are battling behind. Emilio Hernandez onward. Right now, Matijacic still trying to figure out a way to get some cushion in that, all while the overall lead still remains close to the S's.
Coming into the hairpin here, everyone looking over the shoulder here. The two Nash Motorsports drivers of Tavy and Carlucci trying to work together for now here in the super heats. And again, this is a longer race than yesterday. 3 extra laps here, going in for 10 laps instead of just 7. So a little bit of work. Look at the hand signal there from Matijacic going through, but no care to be given. They're saying, hey, let's work our way forward. And there for Matijacic, the answer was a resounding N-O spells no. I'm going to get a pass into turn 1, and Bizonsky, the fastest kart of anyone here on track. Look at the Nash Motorsport teammates here having a little bit of a battle for P3.
Yeah, last time by, while they were battling it out a little bit, they lost half a second. Does that increase the urgency for them, knowing the gap is getting bigger and bigger right now, knowing you have some of the under 10s, in fact, getting to the point where they're starting to reel yourself in the midst of all this? What's the pressure like for that as the lead gets defensive?
So that was Paciuli looking to make a move on Bizonsky there. Gave a little bit of a hand signal. Here we go, side by side to the line. You can see they're saying, hey, get back in front of me. No, let's keep going. I don't want to pass you. I want to work with you and work forward. I'm not looking to battle here. But even then, the battles come through as they go along side by side here through the twisty section at the end of the first sector, heading up to the first D on the track of 2 as they come along, and Nash Motorsports closing it in now. Gap is half a second. I think the urgency, Justin, coming out of this is the fact that this is the next to last race of the day. You get superheat now, you get your final after the lunch break here, and that's it. After this, there's no more racing, so there's really no sense in holding back at this point. You need to hold back enough that you survive all of the racing and you don't wear yourself out to the end. You don't, succumb to the heat. You don't have any mechanical issues just from overdriving the kart. But you can't just wait back and say, well, I've got tomorrow, I've got another session. It's this session, one more, then you're done. So you need to give everything you can. As you can see, Carlucci has now gained onto the back of the top 2.
Yeah, we're seeing that especially with the close-up already coming up to halfway next time by. Right now, the lead karts with that swap running 56-second times, 55.9 on the close-up for Carlucci was the fastest lap. Here comes Bizonsky going for the move in turn 5. Takes it away, gets the race lead right on back. Yesterday, remember, Carlucci was the one who took away the win in heat number 3, heat 2. It was Carlucci that took the win over Bizonsky. Heat 1, Paciuli passed Bizonsky on the last lap. Bizonsky, in our words, yet to get a win this week in terms of being at the checker flag to be the first spot. And right now is in a good spot to try and win this. But if they keep on battling, Carlucci is right there to take away some potential free real estate past the halfway point. It's side by side nearly again. A little bit of a peel back for Paciuli. They single file it again.
I'm going to make a controversial statement here. I kind of like the position Carlucci is in right now. These top two are battling it out. They haven't seemed to find a rhythm, and it seems like it's more of a defense game there from Bizanski, who feels the pressure of trying to get the win and isn't working with Patchouli to try to just pull away here, pull a gap, and breathe here early on. This is one of the things you see in minis. In KA Junior and Senior and X30 Pro, they will sometimes decide to not battle till the final lap, and they'll kind of fall into that slipstream game in a long time, whereas in minis, a lot of times the drivers feel the pressure early on. Look at this, around the outside, try to switch it back through for that 205 of Carlucci. Carlucci in the Nash Motorsport Kart looking to make a move here, is going to go through. We're defending to the inside, down the straight we go, into turn one, side by side. Is this a 2-for-1 special here? It is not, but it is a swap for the lead.
More side-by-side involving Matijanczyk also joining on into the under-10s. How would that be to see the under-10s get themselves an official win on the board for the day? A bit of middle-of-the-road blocking this time. Coming up to 3 to go. Next time by the stripe, single file now. This train goes as far back as about 9th or 10th position. So at this point, this might come straight down to who's in second to make the prime run to take away the race lead here. This lead does not look safe. There's the move. You see Bizanski got the signal to just take it in that circumstance, all while the Nash Motorsports carts fight behind and push back the 137 of the rumble strips that time.
This is your entire top 10 group on screen in a pack right now. This is one of those moments you see that, and you have to remember anything can happen, and if it does, you never know what could happen. Lachlan Postel could come from P10 and close it in. This is your top 12, in fact, now, as it's closed up even more along. Up in front here, nothing has settled through. We still have Carlucci in the mix. We still have Emilio Hernandez in the mix. Benjamin Tabby is still there in 5th place coming through. I mean, this is one of those moments where the gloves are out. I almost wonder if some of this isn't a tire difference. Some drivers take fresh tires, some not here and go through. Is that causing a little bit of difference? But even with that, I mean, looking at this, it's anyone's guess how this is going to end. Here we go, drag race down the inside, and that is going to put Patchouli into the front here over Bizanski. IndyCar slipstream down the front line again here, Justin.
Side by side, under 3 laps to go. Now we're at 2 to go specifically. 8 are complete. Side by side as Bizanski runs on the strips. Now here comes Patchouli. Gets help from Carlucci. Drives on through. Hernandez in the popcorn seat. Waits behind in 4th. All this as well, by the way, that last time by, remember, we seen the wide move of the 137. That ended up pushing Bishop into the under 10 lead, but that is only separated by just amongst themselves in 6th and 7th on the track. All that said, as we come up to the white flag here, does Carlucci wait, or does he try and go for it here? We've already seen a couple moves up in the 9, where there have been dives to the inside. The answer is going to try and get the up and under, cut underneath. Doesn't happen yet for the white flag this time by.
1 lap to go. This is where everything's going to pop out. Look at that in 4th place there. Hernandez popping out of line early here, looking for a move. Down into turn 1 we go. Looks over the shoulder, everyone over the shoulder, trying to find track position here. Into this narrow S we go, and nobody able to find anything here as we head down into the D on the end of Sector 1 coming along. It is still Patchouli leading over Bizanski, defending the inside. And watch out for Carlucci, that Nash Motorsports kart looking very, very quick here in the superheat, coming through the 2nd D on the track into the 2nd sector. Just in about half a lap left. Who knows how this ends?
Could come down to a dive, to say the least. We've seen a drag race or two this weekend out of turn 9. Already defensive. Patchouli, Bizanski on the rear end. Can't go much lower. Doesn't take the attempt to dive underneath. Coming to the checker flag, though. It's covered off by Patchouli. He'll take the checker flag. Patchouli takes the win over Carlucci with the drag race for 2nd. Bizanski falls down to 3rd. While Carson Bishop is the top driver of the under 10s and gets it done after Matijanczyk gets shuffled down to 8th overall on the order, Brad.
What a wild superheat here in the minis. It was never secure up in the front, regardless of where you were at. And Asher Bazonsky in the competition speed kart falling down into third when it was all said and done. Nash Motorsports, one driver having a great run, and then Benjamin Tavy unfortunately dropping a few positions there. And then what about Kendall West gaining a position to go up into P7? She had a great run there in the 211 kart. I wouldn't be surprised to see that position 1 Motorsports move up a little bit more here in the final.
Absolutely. We had 19 karts on track after an interesting one. Adriana was the only driver not to make the start. But on that note, it's time to take a quick break. When we come back, the KA100 Juniors will have their superheat. You're watching Kart Chaser from California.
Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside kart specialist, proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
KA Jr. on grid here, ready to go. You can see the likes of the front row staying on used tires as they get the 3-minute board. We're going to bring you back a little bit further down on the grid here as Gabe is going to have to work his way through some mechanics to get you the shot here. Again, all used tires. These are the tires that they've been using since qualifying. However, there's one outlier. We're going to come back here to Parker Stachewski all the way back here on the Burrell Art, the 336. He is the one and only driver deploying the brand new set of Pressa tires. Talking to them earlier on, didn't have the best qualifying heat 3, a little bit of debris on it. Again, deciding to use those tires and make their way further up in the super heat that, again, does pay more points than the qualifying heat. A big gamble from the 336.
An interesting play, absolutely. We'll be starting this race towards the rear either way, but it's going to be interesting how that plays out, if that will end up leading to overall positions on the racetrack, Bradley, in the very end after this one.
Yeah, I think it's a brave decision there. Honestly, I think the trade-off that you get at this point is you're thinking short-term pain, long-term gain, I would have to say, for Parker. But looking at it, starting penultimate on the run here on the field, I think the tires will be nice now, but how will it feel in the final? That is the thing that I have to calculate and think about for myself. But Parker is a driver who knows what he's doing here. In the IKF Spring Grand Nats in 206 Junior in 2025, back in October, had a great showing. And then in the Phoenix Kart Racing Association Winter Series Round 1, finished 3rd there. So a driver that is willing to gamble sometimes and take the risky strategy can sometimes be the driver that shows up from last to first out of nowhere that we never saw coming. We'll see how it works.
We'll see how the gamble works out absolutely here for our 12-lapper. These drivers are just about to get the chance to roll on the racetrack. Diesel Pazanski, after all, will be the one leading things off. You see that 341 in the black and white, ready to fire off in a moment. Then Gustas will be right next to him for the roll. You see them off and away now. So you have 5 different teams in the first 5 spots, by the way, with the metric. Here's a look at it specifically. Brendan Wagner with some of his wins yesterday in 3rd. Hauser with the heat points did get 4th with some of the inconsistency with the errors. Then Aaron Spears was also amongst those in the top 5. Ferguson, of note, having a front runner. He ended up being, with each of the races slipping back, being pushed to around 6th to 7th spot in the order. While some of the drivers like the Ellsworths, both of them are going to have to fight their way to the pack after Nixon was involved in an incident and Keegan got about the middle of the field to around the middle 3rd in the running order. Those are some of the notables, and don't forget Jet Whipple, who set some fast laps yesterday, also going to have to fight for the bottom half of the grid you've seen on those pages. Now, that in mind here, with the majority of the field using the worn tires, like with the last time, they'll be zipping around on the track before the new tires are bolted after the lunch break. This is going to get to where, for these drivers, how hard you're willing to push here, knowing you don't have the set, but you also don't want to pump the tire, obviously.
I think here in KA Junior, we're going to see a lot of drivers play a little conservative. And again, this may play into the hands of Sebastian Stachowski in the back a little bit here if we see drivers be a little bit more conservative, because they need to get these tires to the end of this run. Again, as you've said, Justin, this is about 33% longer. It's 12 laps instead of 9. So 3 extra laps. We'll see how it plays out. But of course, at the end of this, slap fresh tires on for the 17-lap final. You can afford to let these tires run out as long as you can handle the kart to the end. We saw that be the big issue at the end of KA Senior Heat 3 yesterday. They weren't able to really keep a hold of the tire to the end. It gave out. The drivers weren't able to predict what was going to happen. Is that going to be what happens here in KA Junior by the end of this super heat with these drivers on these tires? We'll find out.
Very much so, especially as we're about to get rolling here. Competition Speed and Kartnik side by side of the front row here today for the KA 100 Juniors. The Super Heat ready to fly for champions of the future. The America Series put together some phenomenal racing here in round 4 so far. Just about ready to roll, waiting, and the green flag is out. We're underway. Diesel Bazanski on the gas. And the cover off the outside immediately slides the rears. A little bit of contact maybe in the heart of the field. That involves Spears taking 3 wide for a moment. Loses a couple spots as the top 3 breaks away.
Top 3 doing exactly what they needed to do there, defending positions, covering things off, and then just trying to break away early as the Nash Motorsports driver there of Spears. Aaron Spears giving a very clear hand signal there going through as we've got several karts very slow in the back of the field here. I believe that is from that mid-pack contact that you pointed out here through turn 1. Again, turn 1's been very mean to some of these drivers going through. Very clear look over there as we have one kart all the way off here in the middle of the first sector.
Yes, indeed, and slow roll at that time. I believe that is Oladian, who was amongst those. That's a speed sense that had issues. Can't confirm amongst those who had issues, along with Luis Martinez on the opening lap. All that as well. The opening lap closes things out with right now the leaders a little bit calmer than what we've seen. Remember, when it got blistering hot by Heat 3, a majority of the drivers were not willing to over-push, per se, to make up spots. They were willing to ride for a little bit and let the pace settle in. Cooler track temperatures this morning, obviously, with right now the time being before 10 a.m., but now it's the question, who's willing to push? Wagner is. He's got some help. You've seen the signals for Kustas the whole way up to 9. That sets up the pass.
And now look at Braden Wagner here down the front, giving the clear hand signal of let's go forward, let's go forward. Looking behind, you see an absolute sea of karts behind. That is going to be one of those going through. But look at this. Dives down the inside quickly there. That is going to be Diesel Bazanski being swallowed up further back into the pack here. As who's got the fastest lap? Sebastian Hauser. Here we go. Dive down the inside from the Kartnik kart of Kustas, making a move there. Great pass going into the middle sector. Well, KA Jr. keeping the gloves off this whole heat. I thought we would see people ride a little bit here, Justin. I didn't know how the older tires would affect, but very clearly everybody gloves off. They're ready to go.
Yeah, right now, last time by, they were in the 51.6s as quick as that. Wagner again slots his way forward, and Hauser moves up a little bit of contact. Spears trying to also follow in, couldn't. Might be situational in terms of the pushback. We'll have to keep an eye on if that caused one. All while, Hauser, cross up. He goes up and under, side by side for the race lead. Hauser sets up the move, makes the pass look easy. He's up to the front for the first time this weekend.
Hauser finally up in the front where he's wanted to be all weekend, has been fighting to get there. Your current points leader in the championship gets himself right there as mid-pack chaos. Look at that, 3 wide coming through out into the start of Sector 2. Absolutely shuffling things up for the drivers in the front. That is what they need everyone behind to keep doing. They need them to just keep being disorganized because it's going to let the top 2 break away here. Everyone moving along and shuffling through as Aaron Spears, the Nash Motorsports driver, has fallen well down the order, all the way down into 12th here. You've got the top 14 shuffled up. AKR replay in the bottom right. There's why.
Yeah, that was a bit of contact. Bazanski nearly spun around in front of the whole field and was trying to make the move, but someone else was at the same time. That caused 4 wide for a moment up through the corner. That's why there's now a big separation between second and third. They're still not done back there. One of the Ellsworths. That is Keegan making a move.
Great move there from Ellsworth down the inside, just trying to shuffle up into the top of this pack. The Formula Works Racing driver trying to make a move here early on in this run. We're a third of the way through with this heat. Look at all of the looks over the shoulders, the hand signals forward. Everyone's communicating like they want to just lock up bumper to bumper, run forward, and chase down the leaders, but their actions definitely are not showing what their communication is showing here. They're all saying, hey, let's move forward, let's get a run forward, but then everyone just starts passing. They start jockeying for position. You feel like you're faster than the kart ahead, even though you want to sit back, you want to be patient. At the same time, you need to catch those top 2, and if you're faster, you should be leading that charge. Right now, the driver who's leading the charge probably should be Diesel Bazanski, now getting passed up the inside, though. Great move from Ellsworth to be into the front of the pack.
Swapped around yet again, and that was after the fastest lap of the race. They had trimmed 3/10, give or bell. to the race leaders before that mark. Now they'll have to work together a little bit because you have the formula works of Keegan Ellsworth, who's up 6, trying to hold on, but now everyone else not really waiting. Ferguson's found a little pace a little late in this run of the tires. And remember, we talked about this yesterday. Ferguson just did not have the fire off and slipped back several spots immediately every single race. Now, for the first time, Ferguson is moving forward and is the one on offense instead of defense. As Atkins, who's running 8th in this, got a fastest lap, and Ferguson gets himself forward with some offset 3 wide off the corner.
Ellsworth dropping well down this pack now with that mix-up coming through as Ferguson pushed the move through. And unfortunately, when these karts are so fast and they're nose to tail like this, sometimes one kart making a move means 3 karts make a move here. And you see going through, again, the clear hand signals, but the racing is not matching the communication here as we continue to watch absolute great battles here. Gap nearly 2 seconds the top 2 have right now. But here's the thing to remember. Just like we're seeing this mid-pack lose time as they all battle, is again a 2-for-1 dive down the inside here is going to put Ferguson down the order, the kart. The more that the top 2 start battling, whenever they decide to do that here, lap 7 of 12, whenever these top 2 decide to start fighting it out, Justin, that is going to be the point where this 2.2 seconds will just absolutely erode.
Especially with the way things are shaping up, absolutely. We're already past halfway. We're now at lap 8 underway. 7 are complete, as you see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Right now, a lot of these drivers still have not figured out a way to get up to Hauser and Kustas. Ferguson, with those moves previous, shuffled all the way down to 6th again. We'll have to reset. So now it's almost feeling like the way things are going here, especially since that time by, they lost 3/10 again. The pace is not there to close up unless they get themselves fully in sync. So, at this point, where do you try and push the offense? Because you have drivers like Ramirez in particular that are looking to maybe get into the top 3, and a good starting spot inside row 2 is very enticing, after all, for later today.
I think at this point for some of these drivers, it's conservation of position. I think it's conservation of yourself and conservation of position. I don't think they're catching the top 2. Bronson Kustas is a very smart driver. Sebastian Hauser is the points leader for a reason. Very, very smart driver as well. So I wouldn't expect those top 2 to start battling till the final lap. Going along, looking at everyone here in this pack, I think at this point it's all about what positions can you gain up to P3 going through. P3 through 3-9 are all here in the mix. I think realistically you need to try to be in the front of this run, because when you go to the final later today, 17 laps of action right at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, you need to be in a good position where you can capitalize, as Nixon Ellsworth is now the fastest car on track. That's all the way back in P11. That's the 3rd pack of karts.
Yeah, for Ellsworth, by the way, that for Nixon, should say, who ran 51 flat, as you've seen. 3/10 quicker than leaders, after all. 7 spots gained after the incident yesterday. Now battle recovery coming up to what is going to be 2 laps to go. No major moves outside of one towards the back of the grouping. Everybody else staying well in station as some of the formula works continue to fight. That's involving Ellsworth. No, that's going to be Skellett amongst those shuffling. Koa Sato also has gained a few spots late. Take a look here. How long does Bizotski hold on to the spot for 3rd? Ramirez looking to build the run. Middle of the track this time, defensive for Ferguson in the battle for 5th.
Battle for 5th heating up. The 12th place driver, though, at the rear of this pack, the Axis Kart Sport of Sebastian Johnson, fastest car on track right now, was a 1/4 of a second faster than the leaders and still showing faster than Nixon Ellsworth by nearly 100th of a second. Not a lot of time, but some time here in karting. Defensive moves up in the mid-pack as we come through. White flag, 1 to go. Top 2, 3 seconds to the lead now for the top 2 as they start their final lap. Everyone 3rd place back. It's going to be an absolute duel. And if you're wondering about the new tires, by the way, Gostowski in P20 unfortunately had an incident early on in this race, has not been able to capitalize on those new tires. We'll have to try to see what happens with that heat cycle to the final as we battle for the lead here. Last half of the lap, Justin.
Leaders are fighting. You see, by the way, while you were discussing that point, third on back just about had a grenade go off with how crazy things got back there. Oh, wow. Kustas looks to try and build up something. Hauser on the inside, coming up to 9. Not leaving too much space at all to the outside. Kustas with the up and under, crosses up, side by side, a drag race up to the line. Who gets it first? They both jump forward. It's Hauser by 3/1,000ths of a second. One of the closest finishes of the year.
3/1,000ths of a second, and I gotta wonder, was that little bounce in the seat just enough to find 3 milliseconds? That's amazing to see that be that close. And meanwhile, look at what happened third on back. Koa Saito up 6 places the final lap to find 4th place. Nixon Ellsworth was up 8 places to find 10th place. That whole pack, 3rd to 14th, you said it yourself, Justin, a grenade went off and it shuffled everything up from third on back.
Yeah, they were 3 wide for a moment. Coastal Inc. recap to showcase everything here after that wild one. This deserves one. It started things off with Rizonsky coming off the outside, but immediately Brendan Wagner, along with several others, went to work. Same to be said for Hauser, though, who, remember, with everyone battling a belt, got top 3 on the average. You also throw in the mix here, Kustas was in position all throughout the race to shuffle and battle. Eventually, he got shuffled, with Hauser taking away second. All that eventually led to a crossover for the race lead. Hauser got the run up the inside out of turn 1, got the help from Kustas and the Kartnik, and took over the lead and controlled things for much of the way after this contact, involving the 341 of Bizonsky and several others, broke up the field. All while the rest of the field continued to fight aggressively, things continue to stay busy back there with back and forth. No one was staying stable. That included Ferguson on his charge getting shuffled. By the final lap, the leaders had a 4-second advantage, all setting up for this. The dive and the crossover, side by side. Kustas, one of the closest, probably going to be the closest finish of the year so far here on Kart Chaser, with Hauser with the advantage. That was tight. Once again, all came down to millimeters, Brad.
Millimeters can make or break championships, and this is what you're seeing here on the run today. I told you it was going to be great racing. We told you it was going to be great racing. And, well, we're not even a quarter of the way through with the racing of the day here. We still have KA Senior coming up, and, well, if you don't remember what happened in KA Senior yesterday, I can just tell you it was cinematic, it was amazing, it was hard fought, it was some of the wildest racing that I think I've seen on Kart Chaser this year. So just buckle up, be ready for it, because we're not even close to done.
No, we're not, and in particular, that was an interesting race, too, to mention some of the other storylines here. Nixon Ellsworth at least got back to the middle of the field precisely around 10th in the very end. You mentioned Saito getting some moves to the position 1 machine. One of the drivers that's looking to get back on the offensive probably is going to be Spears. Remember, he had such a good average after a couple of his good heat races to get himself in the top 5. He slipped all the way down to 9th in the very end. So he'll be on once those. You have to think, trying to figure out what they can adjust to find a little bit of raw speed over the course of what's going to be, once they get to the mains, 17 laps to think about. With that in mind, we have Nate Dean standing by down track side.
Bronson, a good run for you there for the Superheat, finishing inside the top 4 for all the races thus far, including a win yesterday for qualifying Heat 3. Weren't able to get it done on track against Sebastian by the slimmest of margins. However, that is pole position for the final. It's been a really good weekend for you. What's been the change to make an already consistent driver even more consistent at the front of the grid?
Just being smart, not always going for those passes like that are just a little too much over the top, in my opinion. I think being just consistently always at the front is the way.
Absolutely. I mean, what's the mindset going into the final? Of course, you want to win this, but you have a lot of talented drivers behind you.
Just try to gap out with someone. If I can gap out myself, that's best, but it's tough at this track.
Absolutely. And talk a little bit about the track right now. I mean, we've seen it's not as technical in the third sector like we've seen in previous races, but, you know, with the gap that you guys were able to build there, how are you guys able to, you and Sebastian, able to pull that off?
Well, I saw we had a little gap, so I decided to just push with him, just be smart, you know, get great points for this superheat.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Bronson. We'll see you on pole for the main event. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. And as Nate said, with the way things are total, of course, when you factor in the points from the previous heats as well with the super heat, Gustav still gets the pole at the very end, despite the drag race. With that in mind, we'll take a quick step aside. Next up, KA100 Senior here on Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
There go the carts. We're ready to go. It's KA100 Senior, all set to go for our third super heat of the morning. Stepanizer will start on the front row alongside Eversman, Menshu, Gibson, Calvo, Moran amongst the top six. The big storylines, though. Some of your top championship competitors have been on the back foot. So that includes Matthew Cagle, who's been able to get some footing to get amongst the top seven. But as you see, some of the drivers not so lucky. Sega Max right now amongst those in the back with some of the incidents piled up on the weekend. More importantly, Johnny Stamps is in the bottom half of this order too as the points leader coming into today. It's been interesting to see some of the top championship competitors here, Bradley, really have to fight as hard as they have just to be able to get a good spot for this super heat in first conditions. And in some cases, those recoveries have been difficult.
Yeah, taking a look there at Johnny Stamps. Unfortunately for Johnny, I think coming out of this run, depending on how this goes, the points lead is going to be very, very close, if not swapping positions here going into the next round. Just taking a look at our front row here, Steven Eisert, a very, very strong driver, has some win history. Back in the All-Star Spring Series last year was the last win that we have on the database. Finished second place back in number 3 in that run. And in Supernats, the SCUSA Supernats back in November, finished 4th there. Archer Eversman, a very strong driver as well, has some win history in IKF. And will be looking to try to add a win here at the K1 circuit today.
There is experience, mind you, looking back at the log as well to mention for Eisert in this series. In terms of victory lane, at least, won a heat back in round number 1 as well as a super heat. It's been, since then, top 3, top 5 pace per se. But a chance to really separate things out here today, build a little bit of opportunities. Now, let's find out who gets the edge over the course of 15 laps. An hour increase of 33%. As we said, that's been the pattern. Now we get set for the fight. In control, Eisler on the inside, Eversman on the outside. Coming up to the cones. Green flag is out, we're underway. Side by side we work, and Eisler's already clear.
Great move there from Steven Eisert to clear early as Archer Eversman will hold through there. You've got Jackson and Chu coming through, and look at the Kartnik Karts all battling from about 5th place back. They are trying to find positions here as it's a bunch of OTK Karts up in the front right now. They've been having a great weekend so far as they go through. Let's watch into the second sector. Everyone hanging on here, moving their way through, but up front, it is single file games so far to get through these 15 laps, at least for the first lap. I don't anticipate it'll stay that way, Justin, but for now, it's there.
Here we go, some moves going up at the front. Eversman amongst those taking the opportunity. Same for Minshew to go on through. First lap complete, and it starts things off immediately with Eversman having to go on defense. There goes Minshew. Minshew picked up one of the wins yesterday in the heat races, goes up to the point, gets the thumbs up, and gets ready to go to work to try and hold on with what is essentially a mini breakaway of 4 karts. A little bit of an offset there for Eisler trying to hold off Calvo for a moment. Cagle, by the way, now with track position, not having to fight through all those karts, looking to pounce in all of this, and we know Cagle has the ability to pounce through the field. We've seen just how well he's done in this series, one of the better drivers in the point standings.
Yeah, he's had a great time so far through. One of the drivers also having a great time further back. Looking at the group of karts, which really this whole field is one big group right now. Looking all the way back in P19, Saga Max up 7 places on the run, is continuing to push his way along through and try to find more time slowly but consistently, which is going to be the goal as we have, just the python here of the drivers running through. Single file, big train here running through in the K1 circuit, and Minshew trying to find a little bit of a run as Cameron Perry is the fastest kart. Dive down the inside there from Eisert to go up into 2nd place, but losing no time doing that pass to Minshew as they go along.
Yeah, that ends up growing the gap for now by a bit, but that has a strong chance of getting reeled in here because as we know here, Bradley, if you get the karts to at least stay in sync, that drop's going to build up for at least 2-3 laps to get right back up there. They're still within the range of Minshew in the pole down the straightaway.
Absolutely. This is going to be an interesting moment to watch through. And again, I'm just remembering back to Heat 3 yesterday and how it ended going along because it was kind of crazy going through. If you don't remember what happened yesterday in Heat 3, just a quick summary. Oliver Calvo went flying in the air after contact with Eversman into the final run for the win. It was absolutely wild going through. We did also have a crash with Aiden Aquino and Leslie that ended up causing a brief red flag. Good to see both of those drivers out here today, and Leslie currently running P13 on the day. Top 4 here holding along as they go. Minshew currently, if it finishes like this, will be on pole for the finals. So for Minshew, it's a matter of just holding on at this point and making sure you do everything you can. And honestly, you're going to get past, Justin. I think that's something to accept. I think the main goal is when you get past, don't lose a lot of time and be ready to pounce back.
Absolutely. Now, just got a clarification that just came through. For those that may be confused in terms of Max Saga, it's supposed to be Max Saga in terms of the name. Now, the way things work in the time and scoring for those that see on the back end, you see with the pylon, essentially it is shown last name, first name for those who follow along to the web app or anything along those lines. So, I believe Max in this case was the only team that flipped that in that circumstance. That's why you might see that situation where it's flipped rather than the normal last name for them. So if there's any confusion on that, that's why that's been called that way for the course of the weekend. That being said here, as we're past the third way mark, I should say, of this race, gaps have already closed up on the front of the field, but Eisert is right now the one in front. Eversman looking for a way to sort things out quickly, along with Gibson, who's been really solid all weekend up front.
Great runs from everyone up front right now, really shuffling their way through. As I said, for Jackson Minshew, it was a case of you're going to get past. It's just a matter of when do you get past and how do you handle it? What do you do to get back through? Top 4 now nose to tail coming through the final corner. Down the front stretch they go here. And, well, this is the case where for these top 4, they need to make sure they're careful and they don't lose time to P5. We saw in Junior how the top 2 worked together for such a long time until they needed to have an issue. Until they needed to battle, and then they had no issue. For top 4 right now, they're not waiting, they're not pulling gaps, they're not pulling punches. They are absolutely battling it out, and that means for everyone 5th place back, they can try to reel this back in here. As Minshew looks for a move up the inside, we've got moves up the inside further back there between Max Campbell and Matthew Cagle in the mix, and just continue to watch here as we have just an absolute mix of parts all over the place. Really no teammates near each other right now except for Oliver Calvo and Rocky Moran there, the 2 Kartnik carts sitting in P6 and 7. Well, they were. Now they're P6 and 9.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers starting to get themselves sorted out. Max Campbell in particular up 5 with all that squabbling and shuffling here. Still saying, though, a little bit of wide moment. Eversman had side-by-side that time with Minshew. That cost him all the spots there. Minshew shuffles Eversman all the way outside the top 5 with that spot. Now, with that in mind, Calvo having to play some defense there. So it's seeming like if you get to a certain point, most of these drivers over the course of the weekend, you'll see at some tracks, Bradley, like Trackhouse, you absolutely need to use the runoff area. It's the best and invitational space. Here this weekend, in some circumstances, the runoff area has been a detriment once you pass the curbing, I've noticed, up in turn 1 in particular.
Yeah, and you can see it too out of the final corner. There's a lot of gravel out of the final corner, so karts have been using some of the curbing but not going nearly as far. But in turn 1, you want to cut it wide, but you don't want to go too wide there. The further wide you go, you're really just bleeding speed and time and adding distance to the lap. It's a very complicated mathematical formula that you could sit down and do at home if you really want to do all of the formulation and calculations of trying to find where you carry the most speed for the least distance and gain the best amount of time. The simplest way to say it is don't run off the curbing. You can keep 2 wheels on the edge of that curbing, and that's about where your best time is. I'm not doing all the mathematical formulations because, well, math is not my strong suit. That's why I commentate on races. I'm not the best at math here. But somebody somewhere has done the calculations, as the 416 just did the calculations. Matthew Cagle, great dive down the inside there on Oliver Calvo to move up into P4.
Calvo's doing phenomenal. One of the drivers that's done pretty well with the National Senior 2. As we see some wide moments involving some of the Kartniks sent wide. I believe that might have been Joseph Hewitt wants those sent into a little bit of a squabble there. But everybody else that's essentially in the second group, Rocky Moran actually was that kart, to give a correction, over Joseph Hewitt. Some of these drivers in particular are showing no holds barred to make sure they get to the front here, because at this point they have nothing else to do except figure out a way to get to the point here with how things are going here, Bradley. Because the higher up you are, the better chance you have to being up in the money, or should you say, into the prize pool for the top 3 for this weekend to help yourself for the cost side for the next round where it's a double-header weekend.
Yeah, and that prize pool, just as a reminder for everyone, is very, very sweet going through, especially in this KA senior category here. So for the KA seniors, if they win this event, their registration and driver package fees are waived for the next event. If you're in second, the registration fees are waived, and if you're third place, you get $150 circuit credit here to the K1 circuit, which I think is pretty sweet. So top 3, really going to be the goal of the weekend here for a lot of these drivers. Of course, in the championship, if you win the championship overall at the end of this thing, all the way in the end of September, it's $5,000 to the winner, which is amazing, as we see one kart there. That's the 440, I believe that is, with his hand up. That is Dylan Lee Hallmark, who unfortunately is pulling in from P30.
Yeah, some of the lap traffic moving out of the way here, being cordial. We've had a couple different drivers move up the racetrack. And part of the reason that's pretty significant in terms of credit, by the way, it's not just as simple as, okay, I'm here to run rental cars. you can, with those potential credits in theory, use them to say, go for a test session and get more information for you and your team and more track time at a circuit. For a lot of the top series out west, we'll use it. There's some more of the traffic, giving the hands up as the leaders pass by, giving the signal to let them on through. That time, that involves Maximilian Bowie, who will be Munsto zipped on by, I believe. Johnny Stamps is amongst those at the tail end of the order. Also, 42 seconds back previous also in terms of the disaster on that side of the day. Oh, this as well. More importantly, we're at 3 laps to go. And right now, Jackson Gibson is in control over Kago and Calvo amongst your top 3 with all the squabbling that's happened over the course of this race.
Pull your seatbelts tight and be ready for some crazy action in the front. I have a feeling that the top 12 are all together, and I would not be surprised if you put those names in a hat, shook that hat around, threw it on the ground, picked it up in a random order, and that might be how they finish. Honestly, this is great racing here, KA Senior. I will not be surprised to see how this plays along into the hairpin. We go. Nobody really looking for a pass here in camera shot. Everyone dipping the helmet down, trying to slipstream, realizing they're pulling through single file. 2 to go this time through. Defense for the lead there. Cagle defending against Jackson Gibson up in the front. They're going to go side by side, sort it back out single file, and as they come through, heading towards the second sector with 2 laps to go here, Justin, through the D. And, well, we're already seeing some battles develop.
Absolutely with Cagle, but he's getting shuffled around. Calvo nearly had an opportunity, wasn't close enough to send it fully though. Now Cagle looks to try and go on the offensive. Cagle, remember, amongst those that had to come from the 20s over the course of the heat races, got himself in the average amongst the top 6 karts to start things off for this super heat. Now with the run on the outside, nearly got covered off. Gibson went a little bit wider on exit. Now Cagle to the inside, gets blocked off for the white flag. Final time around. Right now, Cagle trying everything possible. Again, forced side by side at a bad spot. It's Calvo to second.
Calvo up to second. Give him some time here. Let him cook in that Team Kart kart. He might go for first here through the first D. Look at every single kart looking over the shoulder, not looking where they're going here. As Calvo's going to try to look through, Cagle's going to try to look through. We're going to go side by side for the lead into the second sector. It won't sort itself out yet. They go back into single file. Do we have a setup for a drag race to the line here? The 480 of Calvo sitting behind Jackson Gibson right now as they go along here into the hairpin. Will drag race to the outside, dive to the outside, through the hairpin. They're going to go here.
Side by side once again. Do you like drag races? You're in the perfect spot. Down the straightaway 3 wide. It's Calvo by 41 thousandths. Jackson Gibson, after getting shuffled out of 4, gets the top 3. He ends up being behind by just another 5 1,000ths to Cagle. So far this weekend, the drag racing has been a little bit quiet down this final straightaway. All of a sudden, everybody going intense, to say the very least, down that main straightaway for the checker flag.
This is absolutely amazing racing. You can see that the gas has been turned on high. We've cranked it to 11, whatever your favorite phrase is, here as we dial up this Shop AKR replay. Look at the pull off to the side here, going through down the inside, the bounce in the seat, and 45 thousandths of a second is all that separated the top 3. That is ridiculous.
A wild finish, to say the least, here at the facility as you see them all peel on down. Again, I'm very surprised on how Gibson was able to respond back to the top 3 there. I thought with how wide we've seen the moves pop up in those final corners that he was going to plummet for a moment there, but still recovers to a top 3 for his circumstance.
And here's one of the best parts to look at with this as well, Justin, is just how it's going to shuffle up our starting order for the final.
We'll take a break. More after this.
Today, I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Let's go race.
The K.
Jackson Gibson, top 5 there and battling for the win in the final heat race of KA100 Senior. Recently moving up to KA100 Senior from the junior ranks. How's that switch been?
It's been fun. The drivers are a lot better in senior, like blocking and passing.
Is there a different mentality you have to do compared to when you're racing in junior?
Not really.
So then, talking about the tire wear that we've seen throughout this weekend so far, the KA seniors have been really ripping through those rear tires. Talk a little bit about that, how you've had to manage it, and what the expectation is going into the main event with brand new set of Pressa tires.
I've just been trying to coast and not slide to keep the tire wear.
All right, well, perfect, Jackson. We'll send you on your way. A lot of data to look over before the final. Jackson Gibson will be rolling off from the front row.
Thank you very much, Nate. And as you can see, our final group of drivers are getting themselves prepared to go in the next few moments. Where will be the Heritage and Pro that will hit the racetrack. Again, X30 Pro amongst those in this field that have put together some intriguing battles so far, especially between Aiden Aquino, who is amongst those that have been doing double duty over the course of the weekend. You also throw in the mix Karamselli, who is looking to fight in the Maxwell Sim Racing Team machine. On that Kart Republic has done phenomenal and actually picked up the 3rd heat yesterday as the tires started to go to the back end of the run. Tire wear hasn't been as big, obviously, Bradley, in the X30s, though.
Yeah, we heard Nate talk about that a little bit yesterday. Some of that is just due to cornering speed and weight difference with the power. They have to slow down a bit more to go through, of course, a bit more power in these X30s than the KAs. So you see them really able to capitalize with a little bit more forgiveness on the tire wear. They have the same amount of laps coming up here as the KA seniors did, 15 laps. I would imagine this is going to be a great battle as well for Karamselli versus Aiden Aquino, as it's been all weekend. Of course, Aquino setting pole. Karamselli, as a reminder for everyone, went on to the Kart Republic chassis for this weekend with the change from GFC. And I got to be honest, that Kart Republic chassis seems to be working really, really well for Karamselli, especially after Heat 3 yesterday.
I think he put the decals on it, too. It was all black yesterday, so they took the time to make sure the branding was on there so people know what he's running today. It still shows GFC on registration, but it's a different chassis. O'Connor might out amongst the top 3. Anthony and Olin in the field, and Manio will also be amongst those in the pack when it comes to your pros. Then, by the way, Heritage is Joshua Daly and Tony Gomez this weekend. Heard how excited Joshua Daly was about being able to race these karts yesterday. And Now that excitement today, ready to build on up here, Bradley, as this is our final superheat before we take a lunch break.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to see here that the fact that we're already into our last superheat and then we take our lunch break, come back, it's national anthem, and then it's all of our final runs, which are going to be, again, I can't say it enough. Some of the racing here today and yesterday has been amazing, and it's going to be fireworks through. Caroselli yesterday when we interviewed him was very, very clear about his goal. It's to win. So I think looking through at Caroselli right now, really putting himself in a strong position to do so coming along the driver from Newport Beach. He's definitely looking like he's ready to have a strong challenge here in X30 Pro over the next 15 laps.
Definitely is. We'll find out in the next moments or so who's going to live up to the challenge on this lawn run today. As we get ourselves set to double up. Just about time to go. Remember, Kart Chaser having a busy weekend of action. Not just here in Winchester, California. Stars Championship Series also underway currently. You want to keep an eye on all the action, have as many YouTube windows as open as possible so you can watch this race about on 10 different windows at once. Well, get KC Premium today, $9.99 a month, and you get to watch all the racing from across the land, across the nation, and even into Canada. You can see here on Kart Chaser for all major races. Now we're all set to go for our fourth pre-final of the morning, our final one. It's the superheat, I should say, for the Heritage and Pros, and those drivers are off and away here at the moment with a slide. Caroselli is set wide. He goes to the back.
That is heartbreak through lap one, turn one for Caroselli. We always say you can't win a race in turn one, lap one, but you can certainly lose it right off the bat. And, well, now it's a fight back to front for Caroselli. So if you want to last a first challenge, I guess that's a way to do it here. So we'll see what happens as we continue through. Aiden Aquino now in the Formula Works cart just needs to settle in. Let's look at the Shop AKR replay in the bottom right corner. You see him, he runs through and it just slides out. Little bit of contact actually, sending him wide.
Yeah, and you can see Caroselli's got issues.
No.
He's had to pull to the side. One of the fastest karts of the weekend. New chassis already having issues just like that after that push wide. And all of a sudden, Caroselli's on the back foot for later today. Anthony Rossetti, I believe, also had issues in one of the Precision Works. That's lost a lot of ground also compared to the KA100 Heritage carts behind them on scoring last time. A wild start. And that puts the focus to Caden O'Connor to battle Aquino up at the front of the field.
So two of the fastest karts of the weekend already out here since Anthony Rossetti is the kart that had that contact with Caroselli going through. Now, Caden O'Connor in the Axis Kart Sport has the challenge. Set the fastest lap last time across here, and gap is a quarter of a second, so it's not out well for the top two. This kart battling it out here for 15 laps, but I won't be surprised if they do what we saw in KA Junior, where it's put the helmet down, just slipstream through, have a good run, don't give anyone else the opportunity to catch up, build a gap, and then battle it out over the final couple of laps.
Yeah, so right now on lap 3, mind you, on this, it's been a wild one. You see some of the other drivers, by the way, stay together. Gives an opportunity to think about things if you're Area 51 Motorsport, that involving free real estate for Neo, who's in this group here in the 615, the 620 of Owen. Both of them so far have been pretty quiet in terms of the race weekend. Now, in an opportunity to start at least a couple higher spots here as they work together and figure out what can they do to gain a little ground. You see right now, staying tucked together. O'Connor, for his sake, was a little bit quicker than Aquino last time by. He was in the 49.2, same for the leader. They're staying pretty even on pace here.
Staying right up on the back of Aquino is exactly what O'Connor needs to do. Just force him to race hard here early on. Don't give him any breathing room. You see both of them look over the right shoulder, but the difference in the response to that look is what you need to look at. So Aiden Aquino looks over the right shoulder, going towards the hairpin, immediately tucks the helmet and starts trying to find some extra time. Caden O'Connor looks over the shoulder and then just looks straight back ahead. Isn't doing anything too unnecessary right now. Isn't really stressing things out. And out of the first corner is right back here within about a tenth of a second to Aiden Aquino. They're holding right there, nose to tail through. And here we go. Pass for the lead coming up. Poke to the outside there, Justin. Not able to capitalize. Actually going to cost them a lot of time, unfortunately.
I don't know if the move necessarily was there with the alignment in terms of the racing etiquette. But now it's going to be difficult for O'Connor because we've seen how difficult it's been to chip away the gap unless you have the long run pace. Now O'Connor's going to have to start finding a way to rebound quickly. Right now, might comfortably in third spot, mind you, in this too. So, at the very least, as these drivers square themselves away here, it's going to be a test for O'Connor to see what can he do in terms of the pattern to find that little extra bit of speed compared to that Formula Works up at the front.
I think that little bit of extra speed is there. I think the big problem that we're having right now is it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. That is the name of the game right now. And you can see there from O'Connor, he had the opportunity to catch. He just wasn't able to pass. And we'll see this time around, was he faster than Aiden Aquino? Last time he was slower, but that's when he went for that move into the start of Sector 2. So as we come through the hairpin this time, down the front stretch we go. Where is this going to land itself as they come through the line? And it's still Caden O'Connor was faster than Aiden Aquino last time across the line. So as we watch here in the front, I mean, that gap is going to continue to close through as we continue to just keep an eye here on Gomez, who's ahead of Joshua Daly, the Nash Motorsports driver. He's managed to find a bit of a gap there.
Yeah, kind of has with how things have gone, absolutely. Gomez looking pretty phenomenal in this race, the Lakeside karting machine. Now, looking to try to solidify some points. Now, it's going to get interesting how things match up for the heat metric, though, because looking back at how things have gone each of the runs so far, it has kind of gone the way of Daly in the end in each of the races, although that margin has grown in several cases here because of one mistake. Each time I've looked away and then looked back at the margin, though, that gap's been usually found a way to close back up. That's why I'm curious if we see that from Daly to try and get the long run with half the race to go, that gap closed back up again.
That wouldn't surprise me a bit if that is his strategy going through, because this is a long race and we're only halfway through, half to go. So for Joshua Daly, one of your good strategies in any race is the game of survival early. Don't necessarily worry about it. Let the guy in front of you run out his equipment here and let that Lakeside karting cart of Tony Gomez run a little bit faster here, and then you can take your Nash Motorsports cart, run it through and push to the end and have a good strong charge in those final 5 laps. The problem with that and what's risky about it is if that gap builds up too much, too far, too fast, and you can't close it back up in the end. So we'll see what happens here. Joshua Daly's been quick all weekend here. Caden O'Connor, speaking of quick, look at that. Now setting 0.4 of a second faster up front than Aiden Aquino in the battle for X30 Pro here as KA Heritage. These two continue to look through and just be right there with each other in terms of pace.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is a test for O'Connor if he's able to build it up. The last time we've seen pace like this, it led to a lead change yesterday. It does there, a little bit of contact, in fact, to the front of Aquino. Flipped the right front of the cart. Now, it's Aquino having to go back on offense again. Still has about 5 to go this upcoming time by to think about what to do next as O'Connor now leads up front.
I thought for a second there Aquino had some sort of fairing damage, but no, that is actually just his graphics package on his cart. That little bit of black there on the right front is just from his graphics package as he's looking to force a move back here through the second sector, sitting bumper to bumper right now with Caden O'Connor there, the Axis Kart Sport driver versus the Formula Works driver, and the gap they have pulled to Santiago Hermida behind in P3 is 5 seconds. That is a massive gap that is continuing to open even while these two karts are battling. Here, pull out to the side, get back in the slipstream, pull back out again. Here we go. Aquino looking to move down the inside of turn 1, hard on the brakes. It's a switch back to the inside for Caden O'Connor. Retains the lead out of turn 1, holds on to it here at the end of sector 1.
Yes, indeed. Still continuing to fight. Right now, you see O'Connor still trying to keep it planted. A little bit of a slide on the rear tires that time. And right now, one of the things that O'Connor has to make sure of is he doesn't make any major bobbles, because we're breaking down some film. Some of us a kart chaser over at Trackhouse recently in terms of how to break down various clippings. If you leave the gap open with the slide, that costs you so much opportunity to bounce back. Aquino there, able to take the lead once again on the move. As the adjustments made, though, O'Connor going back for the spot. One little type of move, like right here, if you go any wider in the case of O'Connor, you open up the door for Aquino. It's about those matter of inches on the line here just to hold on.
And those inches make the difference between championship or not here as we go through. And right now, O'Connor really fighting for a starting position in the final more so than anything right now. That is what he's got to be thinking of as we go through for him. He's going along here. This would put him on the front row with Aquino if he can finish ahead of Aquino. If he doesn't, it puts him, I believe, down into P3. So we'll see how this goes through. Heading down the line here to start lap 12 of 15. And, well, side by side into turn 1 again. Watch for the switchback. Almost a little bit of front bumper contact there, but it's a switchback through. Aiden Aquino now up ahead of Caden O'Connor. I think Caden says, okay, you can have that pass there. Don't worry, I'll pass you back soon.
Yeah, again, opportunities going back and forth here. O'Connor now forced to reset. Again, just do not want to be outside of turn 4 this weekend. That's been where so many times we've seen O'Connor now, twice in fact, lose at least 5 to 10 kart lengths on that one move. We'll see blue flags start to pop up, by the way. They are slowly approaching lap traffic in Rossetti. See that kart up the road in the 622 that's had some issues here, not been able to close up to the Heritage karts. Should be no issue for the leaders, but outside of that, with 2 laps to go, question will be, where does O'Connor make the move? And in turn, where does Aquino then respond if there was a move to be completed?
Right now, the big challenge for Caden O'Connor is staying close through this corner and having a good exit. That's a very good exit that time around, so able to hold on here early through as we continue the push along into the middle sector. Let's see how the fight back goes in the middle sector. Again, still looking at the blue flags here, top 2. They look over the shoulder, look along. Great pass there. Here we go to the outside, switch through for Caden O'Connor. He wants to try to diamond it out. White flag, 1 lap to go. Aquino tucks the helmet, looks over, and now he's going to go to the inside defensive into turn 1. O'Connor says, you know what, you could do that. I'll switch it along. Outside turns to inside, and it's a clean pass into turn 1 there for Caden O'Connor.
O'Connor takes the point. Now Aquino looking to set something up. Wait for the opportunities for 4. Right now we've seen a couple different times there. O'Connor knows that. Forces Aquino to think of the outside. That lap traffic immediately moves into one of the Ds to get out of the way. Now they'll make their way down the hillside. One last major passing opportunity. Aquino needs to be closer. He's sliding the tires to the S's. Now tries to get aerodynamic. He looks to the outside. Will he try and go for the crossover? He'll try and keep the pin to the outside. Doesn't stick. O'Connor, checker flag, takes the superheat in pro. A good battle up front. O'Connor able to come up on top by under 2 tenths. Ida in the top 3 as they go. All well. By the way, Daly did have issues on these final laps in regards to the Heritage class, so it's only Gomez left running on track.
That is so unfortunate there for Joshua Daly in the Heritage class. Hopefully that causes no issues for him into the final. Amazing fighting between O'Connor and Aquino. And I will be interested to see what Sergey Karamseli can do going into the final as well. That 604 kart lost turn 1, lap 1. Will be last here in the run today. Will be starting 6th place in the final potentially.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting where the point metrics are going to go here as we get ready for the lunch break here on Kart Chaser. As you can see, most of the field make the quick work to the scales and then get themselves ready on the schedule. Remember, for those on the paddock and at the track, the estimated start time for your national anthem, that is 11:40 a.m. Pacific time. 11:40 a.m. Pacific, 2:40 Eastern, when you'll hear the national anthem for our nation. And as you can see, some of the various team members talking things over and making sure that they're aware of what they can do next time for the battles when we go racing for 20 laps on the distance for these competitors. So, as they continue on here, it's going to be an interesting time when we go racing because those races are going to be at the middle of the day here too, Brad.
This has been such a good day. That's all I can really say at this point. It's been such a good run. I can't wait to come back from lunch and see just how the finals go. If all of this racing has been building up to this, and you know at that point, everyone's slapping on fresh tires, and we're going to be ready to fight.
Especially if they haven't put them on yet here so far. Absolutely. Right now, this is going to be to where we'll find out if Karamseli is able to fix the issue too. That's going to be one of the drivers that you have to expect is going to be trying to charge quickly to reset and find a way to keep up with the leaders. Make sure to get there before they break away by a couple seconds. The gap between second and third, mind you, was 5 seconds. You do not want to lose that much amount of time by the time the leaders settle on in for their fight.
Yeah, 5 seconds is a time that you cannot recover back because even if those top two start battling, I mean, you're getting a second or two at best across a lap. So, and that's depending on how hard and how sort of risky the battle gets. If it's a battle where they're really swinging things through, you're going to see more and more time bleed out. But with the way O'Connor and Aiden Aquino battle, they're very smart, they're very wise. They're going to lose minimal time, maybe a half a second a lap. So, and they're not going to battle till the final couple of laps. You need to be up there to mix things up early. That 5 second gap is such a big difference there on the run going through. And same thing with Joshua Daly and Tony Gomez. I'd say the same thing there. They need to work and just hold to each other, keep the pressure alive, and, well, see who makes the mistake first.
That's going to be the big question, I think, for a lot of these drivers. Absolutely. We'll find that out in a little bit's time here for these competitors. Remember, these distances, again, 15, 17, 20, and 20 respectively for our respective races. That will take us all the way to nearly 3 p.m. Pacific time. By the time we get to the conclusion of the day, that's the estimated start for when podiums are currently pending race control reviews. Now, that in mind here, air temperature going to be a lot hotter in the next few minutes here too, Bradley, because looking at the weather forecast when it comes to Winchester and how things are looking over there in terms of the sunshine, it's at 74 degrees Fahrenheit. That's already gone up 2 degrees since the drop of the green flag for this previous race. It's expected to peak at 79 today. There is a chance, though, it's a cloudy one. You see a little bit more white in the sky than blue. There's a chance it's not as hot for that track temp in a bit.
Yeah, yesterday we saw the track temp go up near 140 degrees Fahrenheit. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes through. The wind will pick up a little bit as the day goes on. You'll get about a northeastern wind at the end of about 13 to 15 miles an hour steady. No chance of rain, though. That's the really nice part. No chance of rain on our parade here. But yeah, it's hot. I hope everyone's drinking water. Hope everyone's taking care of themselves because, well, these long finals are going to be very hard on these drivers by the end.
Let's set it down trackside. Believe Nadine may be standing off to lunch, should say, because everyone is off to eat. We'll take a break ourselves here on Kart Chaser. It's time for lunch. You're watching Kart Chaser for today's coverage of Champions of the Future in the Americas Series.
drivers, welcome back to Champions of the Future America Series round number 4. Main action almost ready to get underway, but before that, drivers on grid here. And for the drivers on grid, for the rest of the paddock, please stand for the playing of our national anthem. Well, the drivers are all set and ready to go, clearing the grid for the fourth round of the 2026 season for Champions of the Future America Series Mini and Mini U10. Next up on track, do not miss this one.
One Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm gonna show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, oh, what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go where the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations. It's a celebration, it's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them try, go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside parts specialist, proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm gonna show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, oh, what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go with the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them try, go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside parts specialist. Proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3. The dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Karts now rolling themselves onto the racetrack as we get set to go for Champions of the Future America's Series. As we get all set to go for today's finals. I'm Justin Prince. Alongside me is Emily Dalton, Nate Dean. Will also be joining us down trackside throughout the festivities as we are less than 6 minutes away from our first race to see how things shape up for the final. It's been an eventful day so far, but lots of storylines. You have a lot of back and forth, for example, amongst your minis and the under 10s so far. With Carlucci, with Bizanski going back and forth, with drivers like Carson Bishop able to drive themselves forward and get a big advantage after how things went in the superheat. Now, it's about where do these drivers last on speed, on long run, and better yet, how they're able to plot and plan for a busy race here, Brad.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting run here. 15 laps for the minis and the under 10 minis to go through as they set up on the grid. You can see that 213 kart of Asher Bizanski set up in place as they do their final briefing here, their final talk with the race director, making sure everyone knows what the plan is going to be here going through for this first final of the day. The superheat this morning was a great race from everyone up front going along, and now we're going to add that in, add some extra laps to it, 5 extra laps to be precise here, and as we have that Paraco countdown to green, about 4 minutes till we go, I cannot wait to see how this one is going to end up.
Indeed, here, and you see all the drivers lining up on what is essentially the pit straight here. A little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of high-fivery, if you will. These competitors all get the opportunity to at least get into their karts. You can see a lot of the drivers, too, making sure their cars stay cool, their karts, if you will, with some of the air boxes to the rear tires. Keep in mind, the air temp is around the mid to high 70s for today's festivities as we are just past noon Pacific time here in Winchester, California. So obviously, lots to think about here. So what do you think it's going to take to get the win here today? There's a lot of those questions to ask. Nate has a lot more trackside for us.
Welcome down to sunny California for round 4 of the Champions of the Future America Series. The sun has been beating down on us all weekend. And take from Code announcer Anthony Jordan, put it this way: I got my sunglasses on before I even got out of bed, and that is not a lie. Mini and Mini U10 on grid right now. To my left, Asher Bizanski. To my right, Nash Motorsports, Maddox Carlucci. We're going to start with Maddox over here. Maddox, pole position for you. Obviously, you're locked in and ready to go. What's the mindset going into this one?
Well, just trying my best, and yeah.
All right, and love that. Maddox has always had incredible mindset in these races. Going to move over to Asher Bizanski, the 213 EOS kart for competition speed. Asher, you've been close. Last weekend, of course, came up just short. A bit of deja vu here. You going to get it done?
Yes.
What do you got to do to get it done?
I need to work together and stay calm.
Perfect. So you've heard from the front row in Mini. Moving on to Mini U10. Carson Bishop over here for the Bishop Motorsports. I believe a nitro machine on here. Carson, what a weekend it's been for you so far, bud. Keeping up with the Mini drivers. How's it going so far?
It's going good. It's been a little bit hard to drive with them because they're a little bit older, but I can hang on with them.
Of course, talking about in class right now for Mini U10, how is the confidence level going into this?
Not really that hard.
All right, well, Carson Bishop and the rest of this all ready to get it. So we'll take you back a couple grid slots here as well. Benjamin Tavy there on the second row as well. Moving back, you'll see more drivers that ready to go. All new tires for all but one. Of course, Kendall West on the outside of row number 4 as well. A driver that we've seen be there or thereabouts with, thereabouts for race winning potential. Obviously not where she would want to start, but we're almost set and ready to go to get the 3-minute board in just a few moments time. Gonna send it back to Justin and Bradley.
very much. Thank you very much, Nate. As we get set to go here once more, we're just a few moments away from today's action. And right now, these competitors get ready to go. Again, remember, when it comes to Mini, the main difference is essentially the age bracket. They run the same motor. That's why it's been as we've seen when it comes to the under 10s, being able to compete up at the front. In fact, battling for the overall lead here over the course of the weekend with the Mini in of itself in terms of classification. These youngsters have an opportunity here to build up a strong amount of points before we head to the doubleheader weekend the next time out for Champions of the Future. Now, that in consideration here, Brad, these competitors are going to have to quite simply think about where are they going to make the right moves here. We've seen how intense the battling's been up in turns 4 and 9 over the course of the weekend and a bit into turn 1.
Yeah, this has been the big challenge of the weekend, that turn 1 has really made the difference. It's made races, it's broken races, it's made some amazing moments show up for these Mini drivers. Of course, if you're familiar with SCUSA, if you're familiar with a lot of our regional racing on Kart Chaser Grassroots, you may be familiar with a class called the Micros. Micros would typically run a slightly smaller engine than what Minis do, and they would run a different thing. We're going to sit it back down. Nate has a report ready for us here as the karts are fired up and rolling. Nate, what do you got for us, man?
Yeah, real quick there, guys. Talking about track temp, obviously we're into the 135 degrees yesterday. Now, with a little bit of cloud cover, we're seeing at 110 there or thereabouts, so about 25 degrees cooler here today.
Interesting to say the very least, and obviously that's going to have a different impact because yesterday, with the hotter conditions, it was hard to build up momentum by the time you build up so many heat cycles on them. Now remember, a lot of these drivers didn't take the swap of the tires, Bradley, before the superheat, so for a lot of them, this is fresh rubber that's going to be on their karts here.
Yeah, and honestly, that track temp being down cooler, I would imagine that we're going to see these tires work out a lot better and have a good run as these karts are rolling off of the grid here to get going, the grid pulling up. This top 5 battle is going to be one to really watch across 15 laps.
See the grid populated on your screen. Carlucci and Bizanski, Bishop, and Tabby amongst the front drivers. Some of the drivers notable that are looking to drive up. Rada is going to have to find a lot of spots if they want to find their way with an opportunity to battle with the rest of the under 10s at least in classification. We have about 20 karts in total that are set to run. Adriana, remember, did not get going in the superheat. Now, some of the other notables, Patchouli, with the scoring after all reviews went through on the tech line, got put down to what will be essentially 6th on the starting grid. So a different running spot there after earlier's events. We'll see them have to come back a little bit hard. We know that was one of the top competitors. Same for Kendall West. She's been a competitive kart amongst the top 8. But we've seen fly through the field multiple times. A lot of names, what I'm trying to say is, are in the middle of the pack and are likely going to be, if you let them, going to have a chance to battle for the race to win if you give them the right position here, Brad.
Yeah, I mean, even though we have had the good run here all weekend going through in Mini, this has been one of those times where I don't think we've really seen one driver kind of be the cream of the crop here. Of course, Bizanski led off pole starting out qualifying yesterday morning, and then we kind of just went through and round out. The only driver that's really sort of stood out in either run has been Carson Bishop, that under 10 driver in the 116. That has been the one name that has been consistently up on the top time and time again for that under 10 group. But even then, Sebastian Matijacic has been in the mix as well and really been putting in a challenge. Anyone, I mean, you said it best. Any name really in the top 10, top 15 can battle it out and possibly flip their way to the front.
And today we get ready to find out who battles for the top spots here. Round number 4 of Champions of the Future of the Americas Series. Just about ready to kick things off from K1 Circuit here in Winchester, California. We're happy with this here at Kart Chaser. We hope you've enjoyed the action for what's a doubleheader weekend for our coverage, whether here out in California or for those who watched along with Stars. That just finished up a few moments ago in Charlotte, North Carolina, including the Pro Show in free coverage 26 minutes ago. The drivers are ready to go, though, here in California. It's the minis. It's the under 10s. They're ready to zoom. Field making its way to the tram lines. They make their way to the commitment cones. They'll go around one more time. Try this again. A little bit too quick. I think actually the outside might have got a better jump there. That might have been part of that oppositely, too, when you have a pullback like that.
Yeah, it definitely didn't seem like whatever was being seen there on the line, officials didn't like it. It's the first time all weekend the minis have had to do a restart. It's been KA Senior that's kind of been under the gun for the race starts time and time again. They had to do 2 restarts yesterday, Heat 2 and Heat 3. But first time I've seen minis have to have a problem. So, yeah, we'll see how this goes along and through for them as they bring their way forward.
We'll find out how this now plays out as they'll make the slow roll around the racetrack. This in turn, be interesting how this fares up with the tire temps. You see a couple drivers already warmed up their tires just a small bit, but not too much, trying to make sure they stay in line for the regulations. Again, these drivers in total will have 15 laps up on the board. That's by far their longest total. Remember, they started off with 7, they went to 10, now they're up to 15. Close things out for their day. That's a lot of time to plot and plan, as we've emphasized over the course of the weekend. And we've seen a lot of times over the course of, by the middle of some of these runs, things can spread apart if you get too busy battling, especially with what we've seen in turn 4 contact-wise.
Yeah, that battling through that first sector into Rocky Moran has been so big, and it's been where we've seen a lot of time lost. And into the hairpin, turn 5, that's been a big contention point for battling. Down into turn 1, we've seen the field fan out 4 or 5 wide running through there. So I think really when we look at it, the game is going to be the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So if you want to move further forward, you got to work with the people around you. But at the same time, you want to be in front of them. It's a hard balancing act here as you see Asher Bazanski already tapping the helmet, already saying, hey, work with me here early on, Benjamin Tavy. Let's get a move up. Let's get this competition speed and Nash Motorsports Kart to the front on the start.
Let's find out how this goes this time. Remember, already had 1 issue to the tram line, so let's see how this goes this time. Little bit of bleed over on the tram line itself on the outside. We're underway once again here from K1 Circuit. Carlucci controls things at the front. The Nash Motorsports Kart clears out front, 2 by 2. In fact, a little bit of 3 wide at the back as they make their way through 2 and 3.
A lot of 3 wide in the back there through the mid-pack as they all sort themselves out. That was around the run of Sebastian Elchi there in the back, and August Stringer moving through. Up front, though, we've got a lot of shuffling going through. Carson Bishop trying to challenge here. The under 10 driver trying to find some positions back. Has lost 1 position on the race start. Was looking to make a dive there to go for another position into the race start as we come down through the middle sector, through the twisty bits of the track, heading down towards the hairpin for the first time. It is going to be just a case of who's your friend, who's your enemy, and how can you make these tires last 15 laps to the end here. Again, not as hot of a track, but it's still a warm track nonetheless, a little bit wide in the background, but up front, it is Maddox Carlucci with Nash Motorsports leading things off at the end of lap 1.
Good start for Carlucci here. Great start for Bizanski, too, in terms of the back. They've already pulled 8/10 over the rest of the field. Julie, get through several of the carts. Remember, we talked about an issue in the tech line when it came to after the superheat. It was a technical nonconformity per the rule book that put them down several spots, and with their previous runs of the heats, were able to keep track position at the very least. Now, you know who's also doing well amongst this charge so far? Benjamin Tavy also trying to fight hard to keep up with the rest of the pack here. See how much that 204 is working right now with some of the others in line like Hernandez and a few of the others in this choo-choo train to figure out a way to close up pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those to watch through for everyone moving along as they go. The top 2 holding nose to tail, then 3rd and 4th holding nose to tail. And that technical nonconformity that we saw for Matthew Patchouli, by the way, that was the end cap of the exhaust pipe not present, which is a violation of the FIA karting technical regulations. That is where that nonconformity came in. Makes a big difference there, but now you have that HRT cart of Matthew Palucci in third place. Fastest cart on track right now, trying to close down half a second.
Trying to figure out what they can do at this point to chip that gap down. We've seen the draft, though, when it comes to this type of package, close out before a rapid mark. See right now in all of this, Carson Bishop should rather say. He's been doing solid so far. Mariancic did lose a lot of spots at the start, though, overall. In fact, Freitas is currently second amongst those in the under 10s on the chart so far. 9th overall on the racetrack so far. That's allowed them to be able to move up also in the backdrop. On lap 4, though, it's pretty clear that Paciuli is getting some good help because Kendall West, she's been flying 55.6 last time by. They are fully latched on into the draft.
That draft latch is going to be so important to watch here going through because that is going to, I think, make or break a lot of our races here today, as it's already seemed to do so and will continue to do so as they go along here through continuing their way on the run. So as we go through into the hairpin, watch that gap between second and third close up. That's going to be where it continues to go through. And now look at this. I wouldn't even say that top 2 have any breathing room. Top 8 are all together here at the moment. 2 seconds spreads out the top 8 as they go, and then there's about a second gap back to P9. Mela Lucas Freitas that is now back in 9th place, leading through that second pack coming along. But here up in the front, 2x2, Kendall West, she is the fastest cart on track right now.
Back-to-back laps, in fact, so far, noticed in terms of the interval. So West, at the very least, is chipping away, helping out to keep things up. And West, in particular, runs a fair bit when it comes to the West Coast scene. Has won races at this facility, part of Tri-C Carters in that club scene. That was all the way back in February, back last year as well. So there's a lot of ability for her in terms of how well she's able to charge up here. Seems to be playing this pretty patient after all day yesterday, having a scratch and claw to gain 7, 8, 6, anything along those line positions, just to be able to be in position today to be right here having an opportunity for the podium.
Yeah, for Kendall West right now, there's plenty of time really to hold along here as we check back in further back here with the Nash Motorsports drivers continuing along. These battles are continuing through. Carson Bishop muscling that 116 along through, and then we're looking at the 204 further back here who is continuing to try to have a run. That is Benjamin Tavy, who has gotten past Carson Bishop here, the Bishop Motorsports driver, and Benjamin Tavy with Nash Motorsports here, trying to lead this charge of 5th through 8th to catch back up to the top 4. Gap for them right now is about 1.1 seconds as they come through the timing loop, and honestly, a second, if these 4 stay single file and just stay head down, they should be able to close it up pretty quick. But as I say that, here we go. Emiliano Hernandez going to pull out of position there. The position 1 driver goes back into position, though. And I think they heard what I said. I think they're going to try to charge to the front.
I mean, that's kind of the goal, right? If they want to score not only solid points, but get themselves at least into the prize pool, you have to find your way to the front. And Bizanski in particular is doing a phenomenal job pushing Carlucci even more further ahead. 55.6 is that time. The majority of the field is running about a 2/10 margin off that mark, even with the grouping together here. So this is the toughest thing I've noticed over the course of, regardless of which race weekend, when you connect the best of the best carts and they pair together well in terms of how their overall pace is, it's so difficult to find your way forward. And right now, we're seeing a little bit of impatience even for some of those in that group. You've seen Bishop amongst those offset for a moment. Did elect to go initially, and now actually has some of the other classmates thinking about going around Bishop after losing ground with the compromise run through 9.
Well, and I think some of this is the age difference as well. I think some of it's a kind of plays into that here as Carlucci is showing the fastest cart on track now in the lead. I do think some of this in the mini category, and we see this a lot whenever we combine micro minis, is the age category becomes a thing. But of course, everyone here in even power, the only difference is the driver behind the wheel. It is the driver who is sitting in the seat right now running through. So when you look at that, I mean, some of that is going to be experience. Some of it is patience. Some of it is, you know, some of these drivers have been racing since they were 5, 6, 7 years old in kid karts. Some of the drivers may have just started racing at 9 or 10. Going through and running along. So some of them have a different tolerance to being able to follow behind a cart and see the long picture versus other drivers as they come across the line, halfway done, halfway to go here. Lap 8 of 15 starting now, and you can see just the run through as we go, as we see Lucas Freitas Melo there, the Nash Motorsports driver, the 165 there in P11 leading through here in the, what I'll call the third group. I don't want to call this the fourth group, but I'll call it the third group. I say top 4, 5th through 8th, and then 9th through 12th have formed their own little pack here that we're following now.
Well, they're all right, well past the halfway point here, coming up to what will be 6 to go next time by. I think at this point, if you are Matijasic and company, you see some of those carts right here in terms of this pack trying to keep up with Hernandez. I think right now there's got to obviously be a concern because Bishop has just been able to build up a buffer by so much. 3 seconds for the under 10 top spots there in that classification here. Bishop has just been able to nail the setup, it seems, for this final perfectly. Well, Matijasic, ever since that side-by-side we've seen in the middle of the superheat, has kind of been marred in the back of the field.
Yeah, it's a big difference in the driving there. And again, I got to wonder just where that comes through there for Matijasic. It's a great run, nevertheless, for that 137 being second place in the under 10 group there in the Precision Works kart, but is under pressure by Lucas Freitas Melo there going along the Nash Motorsport kart in P11, that 165 as we check out here the 214, or the 204, my apologies, of Benjamin Tavy leading up. Look over the right shoulder, a little bit of a block there, a little bit of a hand signal forward, but I don't know that that hand signal is going to mean a lot to Benjamin Tavy, who would like to make a move along here. Carson Bishop looking, and here we go again. It's Lacken Postel and Emilio Hernandez going through. They are looking at positions. They're not making positions here. Top 4, by the way, they have started to close up. Top 4 now separated by just over a second.
And everything has to be buttoned up on these carts perfectly. Remember, when it comes to conversation point, just receive a note that something may have popped up along one of the straightaways here. And right now, as they get themselves situated and ready to go here, hear from Nate here in the next moments or so. In terms of that conversation point, quite simply, you better make sure there's no mistakes if you want to try and win this race here, to say the least, Bradley.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw there for Matijasic, I mean, any sort of deconformity to the rules can get you disqualified from the session. That is a huge hurt going through along, or sorry, that was Paciuli who was disqualified from the previous session there for that exhaust pipe end cap. And we had a couple of drivers also who had some issues with tram lines and ended up taking a violation on the rolling starts rules. And well, as we saw at the start, a couple of drivers pulled through and along, so we'll see there if there are any post-race decisions from the stewards regarding any tram line violations. We see they're being very strict on that here in this race and here over this weekend. So we'll see if there is any sort of rule on that.
Now, as we mentioned, going to throw it towards Nate here because there was something on the track, was there not?
There's something on the track. CODIF officials cleared that. It's not the reason I'm calling to you guys, though. Looking at the mechanics on the grid, especially the Bazanski and Competition Speed Camp, the goal and the message has been clear. Keep pushing Carlucci out in front. I mentioned that because, as you guys have seen, Kendall West is flying at this stage of the race. And the second those two who are going through Rocky Moran right now start to battle, Kendall West could be sniffing a chance at her first ever win here at CODIF.
That's going to be huge, especially here for West to build that confidence, absolutely. Now, the huge thing will be you only have coming up here 2 laps to go. So right now, West is probably thinking in her mind, when are they going to start having a big battle here? Because 2 bits of side-by-side, I think, and Kendall will be there. No move this time, coming to 2 laps to go. 13 complete this time.
This is where we're going to see what can be muscled out of that Position 1 Motorsports cart there for Kendall West. Head down, focused, locked in, looking for the win. Carlucci and Bizanski here up front, they have battled brilliantly all weekend as they've gone along. Going through Maddox Carlucci, of course, your points leader here going into the weekend. Kendall West second in points and Asher Bizanski in third in points. And well, you see how they line up on the timing tower right now. Gap 1 second for Kendall West to these top 2. We'll see how this battle plays out as they're coming through the middle sector. That gap is closing. Last time across the line, Kendall West was about 1/10 of a second faster, but 1/10 of a second isn't going to be enough. As you said, though, Justin, coming to the final lap, when do these two start battling? You see the point, stay to the inside here. Let's see how this plays between Carlucci and Bizanski. Final lap, white flag coming out. Let's head towards turn 1. Let's see how this race ends.
This is now what West needs to have an opportunity. Needs a little bit of battling. They lost 2/10, the leaders did, compared to Kendall this time through. Bizanski didn't take the run up through 2. Coming to Rocky Moran up through 3. You see the banking as they rip their way through there. All this as well. Turn 4, one of the best chances of the day. Might set something up. Carlucci defensive, hugging the inside, coming up to sector 2.
Look at Kendall West now. The gap is disappearing. It is evaporating, just like if you poured water on this racetrack, it would evaporate in this California sun. The gap has done the same coming in towards the hairpin here, Justin. That gap is gone. They look over the shoulder. I think they realize it. What do they do now into the hairpin?
Here we go. Not deep enough to try and send it. Bizanski, if anything, might have a chance to have to fight for second. It's going to be Carlucci who takes the win, while Kendall West almost took away second. It's Carlucci in front. Hernandez, Paciulli in the top 5. Hernandez passing Paciulli by 5/1000ths on the last lap, while Carson Bishop dominates in the under 10s to take that victory. Gets it by 4 spots on the racetrack.
That line there, 13th through 16th coming across as they went through Dan Dukulescu, August Stringer, Baker Vettel in that mix going through a great run. Aaron Cinervente going across. You saw them side by side all bouncing in the seat trying to find a run. What a great final there for Minnie, and what a great win there for Maddox Carlucci, your points leader coming in and should be your points leader going out.
Dominating day for one driver, a very strong race overall for the others in terms of the conversation at the very tippy end. We'll take the full cool down per the regulations, then peel on down as you see the officials make sure to know. Stay in line as some of the teammates and team members celebrate what was an eventful race. First final already in the books here, and you can tell there's a lot of positivity. There was some clean battling, no major controversies, no major issues. And there's your top front runners making their way down towards the front straightaway to get into celebration mode.
Maddox Carlucci taking the win. We're going to stay in karts, I guess, here. But Maddox, we talked before the race, and it seemed like you had a pretty strong mindset, just enjoying having fun, and got the win. What does it mean?
Well, I just really like racing, and I am glad that I have my team here to support me and help me, and friends to race with.
All right, is there anyone you want to thank for this win?
I just want to thank my team and my dad for helping me get this win.
All right, perfect. Well, congrats to Maddox Carlucci. Going to move over to Asher Bizanski. Asher, unfortunately, it's another second place for you. However, there's a lot of strong takeaways you can take from this, right?
Yep.
I mean, what is it going to take for you to get on the top step here?
Probably just pass a little bit earlier and be more smart.
Is there anyone you want to thank for this podium?
Yeah, I want to thank my mom, my dad, Saturn Racing Engines, and Greg for all the help. I want to thank VRS, Maxima, Boca Bearings, and Racing Optics.
Perfect. Well, congrats, Asher. We're going to move over to Kendall West. Kendall, it was a really strong race for you. Kind of lacked a little bit of pace earlier on the weekend, but really turning on the afterburners in this final. What was the difference between the qualifying heats and this one?
Well, I had a good partner to draft with, so I got up to the front, and the qualifying heats were a little hard, a little confusion during them. But yeah, this race was very good.
Anyone you want to thank for the podium?
Well, I just want to thank God, because if anything, this wouldn't happen, and my mom and my dad and my grandpa and my sister, all my family.
Well, perfect. Thank you so much, Kendall. Moving on to Carson Bishop and our Mini U10 drivers. Carson, getting the win done. You were mixing it with these Mini drivers earlier on, but didn't have the pace to hold on in the end. But again, a class win. How does that feel?
Awesome.
Anyone you want to thank for the win?
My mom, my dad, my grandma, my grandpa, P1 Engines, Cinema Pharma Dispensary, Deer Valley Auto Body, and that's it.
All right, perfect. That's your winner. A couple more here. So we move on. Sebastian getting the win. Not Sebastian, excuse me. Looking at the wrong one. Sebastian over here. Lucas, winner, getting second here. Third. I'm all mixed up right now. Podium for you in Mini U10. How's that feel?
Great.
Who do you want to thank for this?
My mom, my dad, and especially Nash. We just joined them. We could have done it without them.
All right, well, perfect. Now we're going to move on to Sebastian as the Mini U10 drivers so graciously pointed out to me. Sebastian on the podium here at Codef. How does that feel?
Great.
Who do you want to thank for this one?
My mom, my dad, my grandpa, and my sponsors. Also my team.
Perfect. Well, that is your top three and podium for Mini and Mini U10. We're going to clear them, and we'll get to see them on the podium later on. But KA100 Junior next and ready to go.
Thank you very much as the podium gets to celebrate on the front straightaway. On that note, we'll take a break. Our next race is coming up. KA Junior up next on Kart Chaser.
K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm gonna show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, all what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go with the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them try, go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula 1 to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside parts specialist. Proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
It's time to roll over the next group of carts as the KA100 juniors get ready for their final here today at K1 Circuit. It's going to be a fun time to see how things fare out for this field. 17 laps going to be on the board in a few moments. Justin Prince, Bradley Dawson with you, Nate Dean trackside here today, a part of the big Kart Chaser crew here at the facility this afternoon. There's a lot of people that put in a lot of work here, and we've seen a busy weekend for our crews across the region as we continue on with the festivities here in this series. As you can see, the drivers' meeting underway as competitors talk things over and make sure they're on the same page. But one thing's clear, when it comes to the circuit, you better figure out the way to keep the pattern up down the hillside for turn 9. We've seen a lot of opportunities as well in 1 and 4 as we've emphasized all weekend, but there's still plenty to go for.
This has been an amazing weekend so far going through as the drivers get their final meeting here to get their final points. Make sure they talk about how this race is going to go, what the expectations are for this KA100 junior category when they get ready to run 17 laps of action. A couple things notable from the Superheat. Zach Monaghan picking up a 10-second penalty. 5 seconds for an incorrectly installed front fairing and 5 seconds for causing an incident going through. So Zach will be starting next to last on the field here going through, but everyone else going along, it's going to be an interesting battle to watch as they all get to their carts. You see a little bit of joking around going here in this junior category for what should be a competitive fight.
Absolutely will be, and you see all the officials discussing things forward and all of the drivers peeling themselves into the carts. Some of the carts not even lifted down from the cart stands quite yet. Just trying to make sure everything's good to go with the temperatures on the circuit already more than 110 they referred to earlier. So talking about, though, how things could go here in this race and knowing how things have gone over the course of the weekend so far, who's kind of your favorite when it comes to KA100 Junior?
Well, I'll tell you right now, looking at KA100 Junior, it's going to be a competitive run all the way through. I think we have the same situation kind of what we've had in in the mini and under 10 mini here. Nate, I am going to put money on nobody. I think Sebastian Hauser is going to be good. Who are you putting money on, if anyone?
That's tough. We got a lot of competition up here. The two drivers on the second row, Sebastian Hauser and Braden Wagner, have kind of been the two up front and setting the tone for the entirety of this season. That being said, though, Bronson Kusis and Diesel Bazanski on the front row. We're going to start over here with Bronson on pole position. We talked to you after the Superheat. How are you feeling? Are the nerves getting to you at this point?
There's a little bit of nerves, but I'm just excited to get this going.
Do you guys have a game plan for what you want to do?
Not totally. I'm just looking to gap out, get away from the mess.
Oh, perfect. Well, Bronson, going to let you go and get ready. Diesel Bazanski, not going to call you Asher this time. Made that mistake already once this weekend. Again, starting on the front row, like your brother. Going to ask you the same question. The nerves getting to you?
I'm feeling pretty confident about this one, so, yeah.
I mean, throughout this entirety of the season, you were kind of at the mid-pack, and you've been working your way forward, and now on the front row. It's an impressive run. What have you guys done to this GFC to get you guys so quick?
Well, we've just been focusing similar to day in, day out, just testing different things, different practice days, to see what can make me better.
All right, perfect. Well, good luck to you. We're going to move back a little bit here, too. Final interview we're going to try and get as drivers get into their carts. Howdy, fellas, on the Codev staff. Sebastian, you can hop in if you want. We can do it. Yeah, get in. I'm not going to take away from you. Sebastian, we've talked a lot off-air between you and me. It seems like you just had a really good attitude and mentality this weekend. Everyone's just been like visors down and serious throughout on grid. You've been joking around, happy. What's the deal with that?
Just being serious isn't my thing. I just try and stay relaxed, because if I get serious, I get overthink and things start going sideways.
We talked as well about a not ideal qualifying of you starting on the 5th row, and even then being confident that if that was the main event, you'd be able to win. Now, only 2 carts in front of you. How are you feeling?
Very confident, It's going to be a close race. Everyone's got the same pace. I mean, it's going to be fun.
Perfect. Well, just a couple minutes until we get rolling. KA Junior about to hit the track. Going to send it back to Justin and Bradley.
Thank you very much, Nate. As we get ourselves positioned and ready to go in the next moments or so, again, should be a great battle up at the front. We've seen some intensity over the course of the weekend, and we've seen some hard charges for drivers like Hauser. We've seen also drivers like Ferguson show a spark in terms of how they've been able to adjust here for today. And now, our competitors just waiting for the word for when they can say go. Just gotta wait for that official. So on that note here, Brad, we get ourselves in position and ready to do battle here today. This is going to be fun in the next moment.
That it is, of course, just a reminder of what you missed this morning. If you didn't see this morning or you weren't remembering this morning, a 3-millisecond drag race between Sebastian Hauser and Bronson Costas going through. So that is where we will go through and along. We're coming off of a 3-millisecond run as we get ready to send these karts rolling off the grid, waiting on that green flag to go here for the COTF run. This is going to be a very, very hard-fought run all the way through here in KA Junior. This has been one of our categories that has really been showing elbows out. I see lots of shiny tires on the grid. I'm expecting nothing less than these drivers to race these karts until they can't take it anymore.
Indeed. So, as we get ourselves in position, you'll see the karts roll off in the next moments or so. Kartnik in control when we get things going. They also have a second kart, as mentioned, with Ferguson amongst the top 6. Some of your team members in terms of the front. Couple Nash Motorsports mixed in, as well as some Formula Works and a competition speed, along with the Hayner Racing team once some of the teams spread. But it's Kustis who gets control of things up at the front over Diesel Bizanski. Then it's Brendan Wagner and Sebastian Hauser, followed by Sato and Ferguson. Spears Ramirez, followed by Keegan Ellsworth, Johnson, and Scollett will start up at the front of the field, followed by Angelo Atkins. Bunch those alongside Nixon Ellsworth in your order. You see the rest of the drivers as they scroll on through. As we get ourselves ready, remember the 336, who's towards the tail end of the order, already used the fresh set in the superheat. So we'll find out how those tires fare out for them in the long run. Everybody else should be on those new sets now with that one tire change over the course of the weekend. Now, your keys to victory here in this race, Brad.
Keys to victory right now: if you are in the front, stay in the front. Survive turn 1 is going to be rule number 2. Third thing to watch for is that drag race out of the hairpin to the line. We saw it in the superheat, and I would expect it to come along again that last corner in lap 17. If you have someone near you, just expect to be running to the line. You've got to nail turn 9 at the end of this race. You've got to start with turn 1. You can lose the race in turn 1, and you can lose the race the final lap in turn 9 if you are not careful.
Again, the Complex 4 all the way through the first tee up through 5 has been very successful to set things up with the start of Sector 2 for some opportunities to pass. These competitors are ready to fight it out. KA100 Junior here from K1 Circuit in Winchester, California. Beautiful day for racing with the cloud cover keeping the temperatures at bay. These drivers ready to find out who's the best at keeping it clean after we've seen how last race in the superheat, little bits of contact separated out the packs. Let's find out what happens this time. As Kusta starts off on the inside, it is Bizanski on the outside, ready to start things off. Bizanski looks to try and time things up with the Kartnik alongside. We're underway. It's Kustis off the launch, able to clear side by side for second. Here comes Wagner. Already a wide moment for Hauser as he tries to shuffle back in the line. He's now in the battle amongst the top 5, loses 1-2 spots as they go to the bowl.
Everyone surviving turn one cleanly there, going through the first tee. Dive to the inside. Here we go. Pass for the lead. That is Diesel Bazanski trying to make a move and able to make the move on the Kartnik driver. The competition speed kart there of Diesel Bazanski now up into the front going through. Bronson Costas losing a position there on the run. The pole sitter will not lead lap one, it appears, unless turn 9 brings a move. Let's see what happens. Defense to the inside, come back to the outside here. Everyone setting up well. Big dive down in the background there.
Yeah, a little bit of a missed corner there that time for Hauser in his battle. Got passed by Spears. All while Kustis does take it away out of turn 1, up to 2 and 3. Will hold on single file as they go through Rocky Marin. But as they continue to rumble out here, we'll find out how these packs really stagger out. We know Hauser going to be on the offensive with the points lead. We know Wagner in particular has not been afraid early in these runs to immediately attack. Already seen that with 5 of the pass. Now down the hillside looking to set up for the lead.
And Braden Wagner, a strong driver, won the main event in round 2 and won the main event in round 1. So is a driver that knows how to get up to the front and knows how to win. Sebastian Hauser, of course, swept K.A. Jr. round 3. So as we sit right now, this has been kind of an out-of-character run for K.A. Jr., for all of these drivers. No one driver has really stood out here at this point, and it's been a big battle up in the front. Top 5, top 6 together right now. Sebastian Hauser with the fastest lap as it sits, and realistically, the whole field right there, nose to tail. Whole field right now, at the end of this run, spread out by 5 seconds.
Doesn't sound like a lot when you think about it from up above, but 5 seconds is already 4 or 5 corners behind here. See some of the hand signals to try and communicate. Okay, I know you're a little bit quicker. Go right on ahead. Spears actually didn't complete the pass, though, with the signal. Will cost them ground. I think Bizanski originally wanted to give some space with that signal. Now squeezes back because that move, because it wasn't completed fast, put Bizanski back another 2-3 positions. That's why communication's key. And with that signal, it goes the wrong way, and there's that separation between packs again.
Here's the craziest spot of all of this. Troy Ferguson, currently the fastest kart in the Kartnik kart, back in P8 behind that position swap miscommunication we just watched. And that gap, top 2, almost a second last time across the timing sector. So as they come through, I'm curious to see the top 2 look over the shoulder. They immediately look back ahead. So while we've got a big squabble here from 3rd place back, 3rd through 9th, all talking about who's going to lead what, where, who is doing what. And you see there very clear the 307 Sebastian Hauser giving the point forward, saying, let's get them. The problem is you can say whatever you want to say here in K.A. Jr., but if the guy behind you, the driver behind you, says, nope, I'm passing, you end up with like what we have on the screen here. One of the Nash Motorsport carts being pushed all the way to the inside here as they shuffle it out back from P10 through P15.
Again, Spears having to find a way to not be in a position to have to use the spear in terms of the attack point. All this as well as they continue to make their way through on lap 5. Already 4 complete in the books. The leaders still trying to figure out the game plan to make sure they keep their buffer. You see everyone else staggering to packs of 2 and 3 for the most part. Hauser now in his sake, looking like he's got something in sync at the very least up at the front. You see those in the other teammates though in his sake, or some of the fellow kart mates, like let's go ahead trying to find a way to hold on there with Angelo Atkins. So a little bit of staggering pack to pack here. Up front, we were talking about this close up with Hauser. He just closed up another 3/10 this time by. And interesting enough, he is sliding the tires a fair bit into 5. He keeps on drifting out, kicking up that right rear a little bit, left rear should say, into the right-hander. But it's been working where he's not been compromising the line despite that, where in some other series we've seen people lose races from that.
Well, I think here's the good news, too, with the tires, as we see dive down the inside here going along. The good news, really, with tires, you're on fresh tires here, and they just have to get through 17 laps. It's not the same situation that we saw yesterday where your tires have to be able to survive the entirety of a weekend and getting you to this point. You just really, at this point, run the tires out, slide the tires if it's fast for you, force the grip out of them. Just, it doesn't matter. You just got to get through 17 laps, and if you physically can handle it, I can guarantee you the tires will probably give you as much as they can here. Side-by-side racing, hard battles here, and really, I'll tell you what, heartbreak going out right now. Diesel Bazanski down into P8, dropping further down, almost into P9 here, going through for the driver who started up near the front, in the front, is now falling down the order here.
Keep in mind that maneuver we talked about in terms of the drift also talking into play here, as some will tell you, good for rotation. If you're able to, at the same time of the brake, try and move the wheel, that's where that ends up trying to get the car to rotate in that situation. Hauser, that rotation's been pretty solid. He didn't do it last time by, coming up through 4, out through 5 in terms of that move. In terms of the brake and rotate, Spears, see him just trying to keep a straight line. So a few drivers take different approaches to how they want their car to rotate and how they're attacking on how aggressive they are into the braking zones up at the front here. On lap 8, already coming up past the halfway point in this upcoming time by in terms of laps. Hauser is doing what we've seen in the last race with the minis. The top 2 are trying to break away.
They're trying. The problem is they're not succeeding very well. And I'll tell you right now, looking at this run for Aaron Spears, trying to have a great go here for Nash Motorsports in the KA Junior category and looking like doing a strong job. You see the very clear indication, hand signal there, Braden Wagner, of, hey, work with me. Let's move our way forward. Let's catch these top 2. Don't let them get away. And they're doing just that. The top 2 want to break away. They're doing everything right. But everyone behind them is doing just as much of the right things here to close this gap up, move things through. And if you're wondering where the fastest car on track is right now, by the way, it's Troy Ferguson setting the fastest laps right now, being consistently faster than your leaders. Ferguson down in 5th as the top 9 are still one big group here closed up. They've really managed to keep each other honest on this run.
Yes, indeed, they have. And right now, we've seen how well they've been able to put themselves together here. Now, at lap 10, 9 laps complete so far in this one. We look to find out where Spears is able to keep the tempo up. Last time was within a 10th of, in fact, a couple hundredths faster than the leader. Everybody, for the most part, amongst your top 7 are running in an average of 51 seconds or 50.9s. Behind that are the 51.5s, a 4/10 difference from 8th on back compared to 7th on forward here. You see some of the drivers here saying, we've got to find a way to get this pace difference closed. Bizanski with the signal saying, I'm going to let one go, and there's a second one that doesn't go. That's the second time he's made a signal to let karts go. Both the Ellsworths took advantage of it.
That is big. You can say something, it doesn't mean it's going to happen here, and that is going to cost so much time coming along here in the run. So that, you got to feel for him. I mean, trying to do everything right here, trying to signal, trying to say, hey, if you're faster than me, get past, I'll follow you through, we'll push forward. And, well, very clearly, letting someone through is not the name of the game at all here. Diesel just not having the day that would want to be had here, falling well down the order.
Absolutely. You see right now, though, how things solidify. That gap is gone now that the pace is indeed picked up at the draft, because Spears has brought Wagner and Ferguson with them in terms of this conversation. On lap 12, 11 completed the books here as they make their way through. Hauser, his average was still there, but because the way the KAs work, with the way the draft can build up, when you're within about 6 to 8/10 of a second, once you get a small little bit of whiff of draft, you close up a little bit by a lap, then you gain a lot the next lap. We've seen a lot of it. Why Spears is now providing pressure for second. He's not willing to go yet, though, with it.
Yeah, I think we're seeing some of the very strong mindsets of drivers coming through right now where they are aware. This is where that KA junior category starts to really set itself apart. These drivers know that passing now is not the goal. This is not the position where they're going to win the race. We're on lap 12 to 17. There's still plenty of time. A pass now is not going to get you a win. A pass now will set you up for a little bit of trouble later on. And we see here top 5 just sticking nose to tail as they go along here. But for Spears, really just, I don't think it's going to be a move here this lap, this corner on the end of this lap. I don't think it's a move the next lap. I think we're looking at probably 3 more laps before we see Spears really try to make a dive here for P2, because then you make the P2 pass, but then what happens, Justin? You've got to regroup, reset, and then go for the lead.
Yeah, with them already zipping down with under 5 to go here. Continuously, one of the things noted by crew members here is you'll see how, as we talked a little bit already with the way the rotation's been trying to plant out, part of that too is they're just going deeper by that half a cart length we've seen right here, for example. See how he's flaring out a little bit wider on that arc? That's in part because he's going a little bit deeper, in particular in that part of the track in 5. So he's doing everything possible to where he's leaving a small opening, but it's not enough to where people can take advantage because he's sending it so much in that no one can then try and find a way to take advantage of a slow roll or get alongside, per se, up through to the apex of the corner. There's not been an opportunity there, even with them going deeper in the corner.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting spot to be in here. Dive down the inside there. That is going to be the Kartnik Kart of Troy Ferguson going up into 4th. Quick flip of the head to look over the shoulder. Realizes the pass is done there from Ferguson on to Braden Wagner, and now is going to settle back in looking to get through. What'll be interesting is if Troy Ferguson goes for a pass on the National Motorsports driver of Aaron Spears, it then puts him in a position. He's right behind a teammate, and if you can get 2 of those Kartnik Karts working together, I almost think they're in a better position to try to go for a lead here. But then you have 2 teammates sitting. What happens there?
Yeah, that faster roll speed for Hauser from entry to apex, continuing to help out even with the slightly slower exit. It's not been to where anyone else can take advantage, even with the pole. Now Hauser, with a couple laps to go, has to play defense. All throughout this, Kustis has been patient, but now Spears is going to test it. He's alongside for second, side by side for a moment, and Spears is up to P2, and we know Spears has an opportunity to try and get his lead for the first time this weekend. He's not going to remain too patient compared to what we've seen with the Kartniks.
Just enough racing room was left there going through. Great respectful racing from everyone here in KA Junior, leaving just enough space for those karts to clear through. They shuffled their way along, and then we're right back into the battle here, into the single file run. And I got to wonder here coming along, what's going to happen? Where is the dive? Whoa! Big run from the back there from Troy Ferguson and the Kartnik, absolutely missing the braking zone through, and now falls well out of the top 5 battle. Top 5 battle is now a 4-kart battle.
White flag is out, final time around. This is the final time for people to get a chance for the win. KA100 Junior so far has been hectic in some moments, but the yellow flags wave in Sector 1. That might play a factor in will. No chance for Spears to think about the move with the yellows there. They'll make their way to Sector 2 where there's no yellows.
Move into Sector 2, though, is so hard-pressed. Really, you need to use Sector 2 and set everything up beautifully for this 180 hairpin into Turn 9. Look over the shoulder there from Sebastian Hauser, looking through, defending the inside. It's going to be a dive to the outside. Make it 2 dives to the outside here. Coming into the hairpin, try to switch it through. Drag race to the line. Double checkers are waving here. Celebration from Sebastian Hauser. Sebastian Hauser will win the KA100 Junior Final.
After starting things off on the back foot with qualifying, a 9th place effort to start the weekend in the quali session, he ends up doing well in the heats, doing phenomenal in the super heat, and steps it up with his best performance by far the weekend with the win itself. Gets it over Spears and Kustas, Wagner, Ramirez in the top 5. You also throw Ferguson and the Ellsworths of Keegan and Nixon up there as well. Diesel Bizanski, got a feel for him because he was up in the lead group. Gave the signal, if anything, to Spears. Immediately got shuffled 4 spots and then got shuffled the second time he did it. Some of the others on the back half of the page going to go to the drawing board. Atkins, amongst those, believe had some contacts in the late moments, fell 34 seconds back. Sebastian Johnson was your only DNF. And with that being said, the drivers in your top 3 will make their way to the front straightaway here at K1 Circuit. It's going to be podiums and a celebration for your top competitors. It's Hauser, Spears, Kustas on your front spots. Let's pass it down to Nate as I think Spears parked in the wrong spot.
Yeah, Aaron Spears having to park up in the P2 spot, but Sebastian Hauser is a winner once again in KA100 Junior, giving congratulations to Bronson Kustas. The Nash Motorsports guys are fired up for Aaron Spears. We'll talk to him in a sec. Sebastian Hauser will get his helmet off after that one. Sebastian, you're a winner once again here at Champions of the Future. Was it ever in doubt?
No, not really. I mean, obviously it was going to be tough. It was a tough race, and everyone was really fast. I struggled a little bit with pace in about the midsection of the race, but then we found it. Tires came in, and we really started gapping them, and then the last 2 laps, we had just hard racing, and I was really happy to come out on top.
Who would you like to thank for this?
I just want to thank HRT, OTK, Freem, K1 for putting on a great race, and Champions. It's just a great series so far, and really looking forward to the next round.
All right, well, perfect. Congratulations on another win. Moving on to P2, Aaron Spears, first podium in Champions of the Future. You were excited coming across the line, same too with the Nash Motorsports crew. How excited are you for this?
I'm excited because this is my first ever podium at a national race. I was just trying to push and pass when it was necessary.
And who would you like to thank for this podium?
I'd like to thank my team, my engine supplier, and my mechanic and my coach.
All right, well, congrats, Aaron. First podium, first of many for sure. Moving on to third place finisher, Bronson Kustas. You're on the podium, probably not the step you would have wanted to be on. It's a good points day, but surely a little disappointing.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted that win. You know, I just started to lose pace towards the end, and that's what got me, I think.
I mean, of course, not the win, but who would you like to thank for the performance this weekend?
My team, Team Kartnik, Group A Apparel, my family, and my engine, JO Engines.
All right, well, perfect. Thank you, Bronson. That is your top 3 in KA100 Junior. They'll pose up and get ready for the pictures from Champions of the Future America Series staff after an incredible main event. 2 more to go. KA100 Senior on deck next.
Absolutely. Let's take a look before we get to the break, though, at the Coastal Inc. recap. Immediately starting things off. Kustas started things looking comfortable, but the race lead immediately got active, especially with drivers with Bizanski looking to battle up front. That set things up immediately for Kustas to go back to the point. And over the course of this race, eventually, things would bubble back because Hauser, who just said he felt it was never in doubt a chance for the win, charged up to second, and eventually had the opportunity to try and close up and take over the race lead. With that in mind, he and Kustas pulled away for a fair bit, up until the late stages because Spears was ready to pounce. Spears, in turn, attacked for second, coming on the final lap and trying to find a way around Hauser. But he played defense phenomenally to take home the top step of the podium and KA100 Junior today at K1 Circuit. Dominant effort for Hauser will take us into the break. The seniors hit the track next. You're watching Kart Chaser for Champions of the Future America Series.
like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
As you can see, the carts are just about set to go. The KA100 seniors now get escorted onto the racetrack as it's time for them to square away for Champions of the Future and the America Series here this afternoon. Justin Prince Bradley Dawson with you for those just tuning in. Nate Dean also is trackside. He's been chatting with a lot of the drivers over the course of the weekend and getting the storylines for you from the facility here in Winchester, California. It's been an interesting day so far when it comes to the racing. We've seen a fairly tame battle amongst the minis, and Sebastian Hauser showed that he had the confidence to drive himself up to the front, even with himself going deeper into the corner, making sure the rotation was there, and also keeping that center speed. All those combined, Brad, helping things out. Now the seniors, it's the question, does anyone follow the same strategy, or what's the game plan, do you think, you have when it comes to this battle, especially knowing these drivers have also put on some intense racing with fresher tires?
It's gloves off, elbows out, hard-fought racing the whole time. And I will tell you right now, I was looking over the Superheat results during the break between sessions. Penalties aplenty from Superheat. Oliver Calvo, one of the big notable ones in the Carlos Sainz kart with Team Kartnik, picked up a 2-place penalty for incident responsibility as determined by the stewards. Tons of drivers had front fairing incorrect positions or improper installation and picked up 5-second penalties. So the biggest thing here for Senior is keep it clean, keep it competitive, But, I mean, we've seen massive incidents happen in KA Senior through the weekend. And watching all these drivers walk to their karts now, this is the class where the gloves come off. You have no friends here. You have teammates. But even then, you want to be the best in the team. We're about to see some hard-fought battles all the way through. And you got to wonder, how's it going to play?
Absolutely. And Nate is standing on by, surrounded by a plenty of karts.
Yeah, surrounded by karts indeed. One of the bigger fields we have here this weekend, KA100 Senior. Going to start with 2 karts next to me. Jackson Gibson, we talked to before, well, after the superheat today. He seems confident, quietly confident, and ready to go for this one. We're going to go over to Jackson Menchu, talked with earlier, him and Oliver Calvo. A little pre-race meeting there. Jackson, been in the spot before, K1 circuit. It's something you're familiar with. Can you get it done today?
I hope so, man. We've been fast all weekend. This P1 Engines powered AES Wave Gillard OTK has been phenomenal all week. My mechanic, Sneaky Pete, and my dad, we've created a really good small team. And, man, I just hope we can get it done this time.
What do you think the keys to the race will be then?
Oh, man, it's a long race. It's 20 laps, and you just got to, make sure you're there at the end of it. It doesn't matter until the very end, and you just got to keep it clean, make sure the nose is not pushed in, and make sure we're there at the end.
All right, well, thank you, Jackson. We'll let you get ready. Let's move a little bit further down the grid here, Gabe. Matthew Cagle is a driver who we've seen is thereabouts. He's had the speed, just unable to get it done on Sunday. Keep your eye out for the GFC. Same too with Steven Iser. Steven, we'll grab you really quick. We haven't talked to you at all this weekend. You've been quick this weekend. Not surprised at all. You're always quick here at K1 Circuit. How's your weekend been thus far?
It's been pretty good. Great pace, qualified on the pole. The best results out of all the heats. So we started pole for the super heat. So the results have been there. Made a bit of a mistake in the super heat. So starting third for this one, but yeah, I'm ready.
You think you have the piece under you to get the win?
Yeah, we made some changes, and after looking back at all the data from the last races, I think we made the right calls. So we'll see.
All right, perfect. We'll get you in one final interview. We're going to hop over to Oliver Calvo. Oliver, throughout all the OTKs in the field with a ton of blistering on the rear tires, there was one that stood against the rest, and it was your Kartnik machine. How much tire saving were you doing throughout this race now that everyone's got the new tires on? We all have the same piece, and no secrets anymore.
Yeah, I think definitely having the experience driving the softer tire in the X30 helps with learning how to save the tires. So I was able to do that throughout the heat races, and I know I have a fast piece, but everyone's going to have a fast piece now with the new tires, so all bets are off the table.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously you need a drafting partner here in KA Senior. I know you and Jackson are close. He's got the Calvo driver development patch on his suit. You going to be working with him today?
I'd like to, but once the helmets are on, every man's for himself, so I think you're going to see that today. We're all friends out here. We all shake hands, but we race hard, so we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. We'll get him into the car. No more interviews for us. Just going to walk down a little bit of the grid. Aiden Aquino, double duty for him in his Kart Republic 428. He was strong in X30 throughout this weekend. KA struggling just a little bit, talking to his father. They're missing just a little bit, but I think they're going to be one of the karts to look out for in this race. You can see the rest of an angry grid of KA seniors ready to go further back than what we would have seen. If you want to look on the left side there, Gabe, Johnny Stamps, the 12 machine, the GFC, all the way down there, points leader going into this weekend. Let's see what he can do from the back of the grid, but it's there ready to go. We're going to send it back up to Justin and Bradley.
Thank you very much, Nate. As you can tell, there are a lot of karts on track, as said, and a lot of competitors have made it clear here, Bradley. You better be able to focus on the battling, because once you're racing, there's only you and the kart.
Literally, you have Oliver Calvo saying, you have a Calvo development driver ahead. Are you going to work with him? And he goes, helmets are on. It's everyone for themselves. That is a telling sign. Again, with this KA senior group, gloves are off. The helmets are on. The battles are there. And once the karts start rolling, well, who knows how this one's going to end? I can tell you right now, I can't wait to see what happens. It's one of our 2 longest races of the weekend, Justin. 20 laps here in KA 100 Senior. And fresh tires for everyone. Ooh, I'd say anyone really in the top 15 can get this.
Let's go a lot of different ways for KA100 Senior. Already, as you can see, they'll get the command now to roll. It's time for the final for KA100 Senior. They're led in terms of the metric by Jackson Gibson. Jackson Minshew alongside David Eisert, Matthew Cagle in the top 4, Calvo and Eversman, followed by Aquino and Moran, followed by Campbell and Hewitt. Kepton, Perry, Leslie, Searock, Dilly, and Maurer amongst those up in the top half of the field. As we've touched upon in length here today, a lot of drivers like Max Sanka in the back of the field. Others looking to get to work, Nate, as they work themselves into the pacing lap.
Absolutely there, Justin. One quick note on Oliver Calvo, something he didn't tell us on grid, but now that we're about to head out for the final, can mention it. We think back a couple of weekends when Frankie Mossman won for Team Kartnik. He had a very methodical approach throughout the entire weekend where he was just slowly inching his way forward, wasn't making too many big moves, and when it came to the final, as they whizzed past on their out lap, put the hammer down, used all of those Pressa tires, and walked away from the field. Talking to Calvo early in the week, he plans to do the same thing. Guys,
let's find out how this plays out indeed here. Your final thoughts, Bradley, as we get set to go for 20 laps of intense racing.
That's a wise driver there, Oliver Calvo, of knowing in that strategy of, hey, I've seen other drivers do this. Why don't I do the same thing here going through? But you've got strong drivers all the way up and down this field that can make a change. And, well, we've seen turn 1 be fireworks. We've seen turn 5 be fireworks here in KA Senior. KA Senior, the source of our only red flag so far of the weekend. Will that trend stay true? Will we see anything else crazy happen as this race goes along as they form up into the run for the final corner? They get side by side. Well, ain't nothing to it but to do it.
Absolutely. Let's find out how this goes here today as we are set to go for KA100 Senior. Gibson, Minshew on the front row. Isaac Cagle, followed by Calvo and Eversman. Into the tram lines they go here as we're just set to go. Waiting for the green flag to come out. There it goes. Green is out. We're underway for KA100 Senior. Into one we go. Inside with a brilliant start. Side by side for second. Already to work goes Calvo. Already trying to go on the aggressive, but will shuffle to third. Off the launch, the inside. Got a much better roll to begin.
A great run there through Rocky Moran Corner for everyone as they go into the first tee there. And you can see tons of those bright gold karts working their way along here through in the mix as well. No surprise here to see a lot of team affiliations up and down this KA Senior field. Everyone snaking through the middle sector here, trying to get single file. And, well, hand signals here already being shown, already the point forwards, already the indications of let's get the karts in front. Work with me, not against me here. And then immediately helmet down, immediately reaching back for minor adjustments to the karts as they can. And we just continue to watch the run go through. Lewis Dilly, the only kart that's had any issues here, drops down into the end of the field. That is the only kart that had any sort of problem through lap 1.
Everybody else getting to work, as you can see. A little bit of kick out. That's a little bit too much of it for Cagle. He was actually in the dirt there up through 5. Able to still hold on. I'm surprised Cagle was able to hold on with how much the dirt kicked up on his rear tires there. And you have to be careful with how much you try and blend out the setup for that arc into that part of the racetrack and amongst the early parts of Sector 2.
Yeah, trying to min-max at this point here. Those fresh tires here in KA Senior are going to make such a big difference. And there you see it, just trying to find the most of the track there to carry as much speed as possible. And what heads-up driving to be able to catch that kart back together going through. Really wasn't sure if that was going to get caught or not, but able to hold on to it and take advantage of the grip in those tires. You see Oliver Calvo here, P3, reaching back, making minor adjustments there to the engine as they go, trying to find the maximum amount of pace out of that kart as possible here. Eversman, fastest kart on track.
Yeah, that's down in 8th position, by the way. Eversman lost 2. Minshew lost 5 in the opening lap so far. Rans lost 4. Until shuffled. Lewis has already gained back 2 of the spots. Dilly should say. Until's in the rear. But up at the front of the field, everybody chasing down Gibson, who so far this season has looked pretty solid in terms of what we talked about. In terms of live metrics, it's going to be something to keep an eye on after the races today. But for Gibson, he seems to be rock steady. The top 2 yet again. The trend continues to pop up. If you're first and second, you can find a way to break away while the others continue to go to play.
Top 2 here doing exactly what they need to do, just sticking nose to tail. But Oliver Calvo now has started to pull that draft in even more. Through the middle sector we go here with the Kart, and let's see if there is any sort of close to come through. Aiden Aquino losing a position. Max Campbell now. The Kart behind the Kart, trying to look to the inside. Not able to make a pass there, but certainly made it a look. And yeah, we're seeing the game really getting played here, but the top 2 not able to break away. Oliver Calvo pointing the hand forward, giving the very clear knife hand to move forward. Here's the problem, Oliver Calvo, and I don't know if you know this, nobody behind you is really paying attention. You don't have anyone close enough to really help right now, as everyone else behind has sort of ended up in a fight for themselves.
Look at that fast lap, though, that just pulled into the bulletin. Johnny Stamps, for the first time since heat number 2, Stamps is making up ground in amongst the pack, so we'll keep an eye on the 412 here in terms of how far that Kart gets. That points leader, you see him well down in your pack right now, just trying to find a way, if anything, to get some spots picked up, because it's been a difficult weekend. Heat 1, Heat 3, Super Heat, all kept in the teens or in the 20s in one of those races. It's been a battle, and right now is watching along to see if there's any way to get up to the next pack. It's about a second plus to get up to where you see these lead carts on screen.
Yeah, this is going to be one to watch here. Look at the wide line being pulled there, going through by Max Campbell and Jackson Minshew. One cart off in the dirt. Big run up there out of the hairpin of turn 5. That's not going to be ideal at all, but you see that shuffles the field. It gives a little bit of breathing room there for the top 6. Now we're 3x3 as it goes, and that was Max Campbell, the Axis Kart Sport, who ran off into the dirt there as we go through and along the final corner. Everyone holding on a quarter of a way through this race, Justin. The big thing sticking out to me right now as we get ready to see a replay of that in just a moment is going to be the idea that, well, not battling is ideal here as we see what happened to Max Campbell there, running wide, bounce on the curb, and then just having to stay in the dirt.
Yep, right there with side by side with the side pod. I think just about ate the side pod of some of the competitors he's rattling with there, and that kicked him out into the dust pad. That sees him drop down to 9th on the racetrack. Already on lap 7, 6 laps complete here in Champions of the Future America Series for the KA100 seniors. Right now, Isert is the one in the lead. While we're looking at the replay, he did swap in front of Gibson to get himself the point for the first time in this race. As you can see, some of the drivers adjusting the fuel valves a bit on the right side of the cart, trying to adjust the richness potentially there. Right now, Calvo looking for every little bit of possibility of speed to get himself closed up here, especially since this pack is not running away enough for a breakaway, especially with swaps like this. Calvo will take second, all while Iser drops to third because Gibson wanted the lead. They'll make their way down the hillside, and Calvo now rides behind with a chance to battle for the point.
A smooth move there for that pass, very clean. The problem is the top 12 are all crunched up so close together. One position loss can very quickly turn into 2 or more. We've seen people lose 5 positions in one corner on a pass here through this weekend. Again, you see Oliver Calvo reaching down on the front stretch. Minor adjustment again there, trying to just get the most out of this engine, trying to get the most out of this KA100 package to move along and forward as he can. He's doing a great job of it there. Moving through, one cart goes wide out of Rocky Moran there and going into the D. Aquini, the fastest cart, dive down the inside. Oliver Calvo to the front.
Up to the point he goes, and we know Calvo, with his abilities we've seen at the national scale, can keep himself at the point if you allow him to. It's not going to be easy to pass him back now that he's got the advantage for his machine. Right now, he tries to hold firm in the Kartnik machine. All while we see just how Gibson, Minshew, and some of the others look to get into rhythm. Long run pace going to be critical, and Isert is already getting to the front. One of the things we've seen over the course of the weekend, Heat 3, remember that race, Isert slipped back in that one, and right now could be a thought process to see, can he defend now that he's got the point? Once the tires really start to kick off, you're going double the length of the heats after all in this race.
Now we're not even halfway through. With plenty of strategy still to be found in K100 Senior. What's one of the fun things about this senior class? Well, they play strategy games with each other, and they really like to make each other think. It's not an all-out just race hard. It's a strategy game. It's a battling game, and it's all just who can play the game the best going through there. You see Oliver Calvo down into 4th place now, and will be looking to move through. Jackson Minshew in the Calvo development driver in 5th right now, will be looking to move back up as we've closed in the top 10. Again, all on screen in that one picture there. And then you've got 11th through 13th, the second pack there behind. So anyone in the top 10 right now is in a decent position halfway through this race. The question is, and this is kind of similar to what you would say watching, any sort of super speedway NASCAR racing, at what point do you abandon ship and start battling your way forward? You stop playing the nice game. You stop playing the single file game. If you're further back in this pack of 10, like if you're Aiden Aquino, if you're Cameron Perry, that's got to come sooner rather than later for you to start running your way forward and not to play polite. Top 4, they're going to want to wait till the final lap ideally, but here we go. Jackson Gibson moving up forward.
I believe Nate's standing on by coming up in the next moment. Nate, do you have a copy?
I do, Justin. Want to make this really quick because it's heating up at the front of the field. Johnny Stamps, not just a couple minutes ago, was over 4 seconds back. He's now only 2.2 last time across the line for a driver that's made up 12 positions thus far. Keep an eye out for the GFC.
That was my question, as we've seen a bit of an off track there that time involving Cagle. Still kept the spot though, gets back into rhythm, but that's going to put dirt on the tires for the next half lap.
And the not ideal place to have any sort of dirt on the tires, not have the most optimal level of grip. It's coming through that middle sector. It's coming through 6, 7, 8. That is not where you want that. Look at this, fanning out 3 wide here in the front, fanning out almost 4 wide in the front as we head down towards turn 1. We're getting into the closing third of this race, and the racing is heating up.
Already past the halfway. Here is the live outlook, by the way. Isert right now on the projections would still jump ahead of Minshew potentially in the points. There's a lot of potential shuffles for the virtual championship. We'll touch upon over the course of the weekend. But as they go about here, Gibson now has Cagle in front of him with those moves we just seen. Cagle all weekend has looked stout, having to charge up like some of the others have in that Formula Works GFC. Now looking to solidify things. After everything was official, by the way, he got the superheat victory. Can he back it up with the main victory here for the final is the huge question.
Well, it certainly seems easier said than done right now as the Hornet's Nest of karts is continuing their way through. 13 karts all mixed up together in the top. And unfortunately, I hate to report it, but Jackson Minshew dropping all the way down into P13 here from the front of the field. Johnny Stamps, though, we've mentioned the points leader here. He's now moved up another position into P9. So that Formula Works kart definitely seems to be working well here. Everyone in this top run of this K100 senior category all have a good run right now as we're about to finish up lap 13 and start lap 14. And you see everyone looking for moves, dive down the inside. There goes the 415 of Leslie trying to make a move on Stamps.
See that there, Stamps trying to figure out what to do here now. This is not good for Stamps. Has to find a way to get those moves done fast, especially with the leaders now starting to separate again now that they're staying in sync. Now, at this point, Gibson knows the game plan, and there's that long run we just talked about with the 436. Stiem fading back a touch. He was a 10th off last time by in terms of his tempo, and right now looking at his pace, it's the question, is that a trend? There's the replay of the contact you just talked about, 3 wide off the corner, ends up sparking things as you've seen a deep send to the curb that set things up on the side-by-side.
And that was Josh Leslie and Johnny Stamps, the 412 and the 415 coming together there going through that final corner. That is the danger of that final corner as Archer Eversman has fallen well down the order now. And here it is again, Leslie Stamps battling it out here, going through with Kart's Rocky Moran and Joseph Hewitt coming through. Big slides coming into Rocky Moran, going along. I mean, this is major battling into the start of the second sector. We're getting into the last stages of this race, and as we come through 3/4 down, 1 to go, I'm telling you right now, the gloves are metaphorically off and everything is here. This is just going to be, well, if you watched WrestleMania last night, you saw Pat McAfee get slammed through a table. Well, I hate to tell you, we're about to see somebody pull that same move and slam someone through a proverbial table and make a good battle happen.
Yeah, and right now, if you're third on back, you've got to go with less than 4 laps to go. The top 2 are gone, and Isert has fallen off to the 51 ones. 2 tenths off to the leaders now. It's getting worse per lap. He was half a second actually off that time by because the leaders were even faster than some of the previous pace. But surprisingly, doesn't seem like a lot of urgency for that third step of the podium to get going here. They've lost 2 seconds with that.
That is a massive time drop going through, and you got to wonder for Isert, where did that time drop go? Is this genuinely a tire issue? Is this a case of just maybe breathing for a moment, thinking the top 2 are going to battle? Or is this the top 2 have genuinely figured it out here and just broke away? Because right now, as we see them come through the front stretch here, 17 of 20 at the moment, they're all tucked in. Lap times across 51.8 to a 50.6.
That really sets things up in the battle for Cagle versus Gibson. Who gets the advantage in the end? Under 3 laps to go. Yellow flags up to start off with essentially Sector 2 of the timing. Kart is off the racetrack. So far, we've all had a couple DNFs over this race. Luis Lugo, who's been in the heart of the field, dropped back. That is Queenie, who just had issues. He's fallen down the order. Captain's had issues as well. Searock early on had issues. Everybody else is now thinking, can they make the move? Yes, they can, says Calvo. He brings Aquino with them, who's got the double duty. Race leaders are battling as well with 2 laps to go. Cagle covers the inside. They'll reach lap traffic, though. Up the road, they'll have to deal with a little bit of it quickly.
Matthew Cagle, Jackson Gibson now, they'll start figuring out how to battle here, and the big key for them, they have a 3-second lead. Here we go, defense to the inside, swing to the outside. Jackson Gibson looking to make a move, closing things up through the second D here, going into Sector 2 we go. And this is one of those moments where these two have got to be smart. Yes, you're going to battle, but you also still need to be smart because 3 seconds is a considerable margin. You see how big that margin is here, looking in the background. But you got to be careful here. Run to the outside. Outside will turn to inside for the 476, Jackson Gibson. And there's the big slide defense there from Matthew Cagle coming to the white flag. 1 lap to go. Top 2, 3 seconds to the clear. They're going to duke it out all the way to the line, clean through turn 1. Let's see how this plays out for the rest of the lap, though, as they keep pulling it side by side through Rocky Moran they go. Coming into the second sector here, Justin, how is this going to play out?
Lap traffic has set ahead. That's Hallmark, who's up the road right now trying to hold on. They'll make their way out to the rest of the Sector 2 down the hillside. Now it's the setup for Gibson. Can he get a chance to get alongside Cagle, get himself the win from the pole? Or can Cagle complete the drive from the 20s in the qualifying and take the win in the final? Side by side for a moment. Now the crossover attempt by Gibson. Lap traffic stays in front. Checker flag takes the advantage. It's Cagle who goes to victory lane. 40 Works GFC again wins in Champions of the Future.
Matthew Cagle, for those of you who do not remember to yesterday morning, qualified 21st with Johnny Stantz 22nd. Where do they finish today? 1st and 5th, respectively. And you saw behind them, they battled it out. Oliver Calvo in 3rd, but everyone behind that absolutely going through. You saw a lot of squeezing and pushing and going there in the mid-pack. Somewhere back between 10th and 14th, there was one driver who was just absolutely doing everything trying to get someone beside them to lift out of the throttle. I mean, hard-fought battles all the way through. Some of the heartbreak of the day, though, you got to feel Lewis Dilley dropped 12 places through down the order and out. And, well, if you're wondering where Jackson Minshew was, it was down 9 places into P11.
Am I the only one to notice there, by the way, that Stamps passed by basically the entire second pack on the last couple laps to take home a top 5? That is absolutely incredible for the points leader, who, coming into this, ended up being a far ways back. Now, he ends up having a points win of at least 20, 30 points with that last charge. Nate, you're standing by with your podium.
Matthew Cagle finally getting that win that he's wanted for so long. We'll let him take off the helmet, decompress a little bit. Podium after podium. It wasn't the top set. Matthew Cagle finally, GFC and Formula Works back on the top set, and you're along with him.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to first off give a huge thanks to GFC, Gary, Formula Works, Tony, my mechanic, Timmy, my mom and dad for supporting me. But the race was pretty good overall. I fell back a little. I was getting a little frustrated at the start, couldn't get around people. And then the race started coming towards me, started doing over-unders, and then I was in the lead. And then me and Gibson were able to pull away too, just me and him battling for the last laps.
Is this a relief to finally get this win off your shoulders?
Yes, now I have the whole collection from 3rd to 2nd, or 3rd to 1st in trophies, so now I just have to go for more trophies.
It's a good collection. How about the people you would like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, SR Racing, Eric Sandrins, Greg, Alex for giving me good power every race we go to, and just the whole team for supporting me.
All right, we'll move over to Jackson Gibson, a very young podium indeed. 2 drivers that were in junior not too long ago. I'll come over to here to you, Jackson. Talked a little bit this weekend. You seemed quietly confident. P2 at the end of the weekend. Maybe not the win you would have wanted, but still pretty good points haul.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to get first, but I don't know.
What do you think you could have done differently to get on the top step?
I could have been a little more aggressive at the end and try to make a few more moves.
Still a decent result for you on the podium. Who would you like to thank for this one?
My mom, my dad, NRC, Aaron, Stefanova,
perfect.
PBS.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jackson. Gabe, we'll move over to 3rd place. Oliver Calvo. Oliver, not the win you would have wanted. You seem confident going into this weekend. Still a really good result for yourself and the team. How do you feel after that main event?
First off, I feel tired. It's a long race. I'm getting a little bit older. These little kids, a lot younger than me, and they're really fast. So I'll give it to them. And yeah, maybe not the result we wanted, but you know, it is what it is. We might have missed something fundamentally, but I did what I could with what I had, and P3 is still a great result. It's been a while since I've had a trophy in my hand, so I'll take it where I can get it.
Absolutely. Who would you like to thank for this one?
I'd like to thank, first off, Kart Nick for allowing me to come out here and prove that this is some winning material. Look at they have multiple trophies across the first couple races in this series. JO Motors for everything that he gave me, and we work our tails off, and maybe we came up a bit short, but it is what it is. And my mechanic, Kurt, and my family and friends for always supporting me.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Oliver. Pictures will be taken of the top 3 here for KA Senior, which means one more run group for round 4 of Champions of the Future America Series. It's KA Heritage and X30 Pro up next.
We'll see all those drivers in the next moments or so here for Champions of the Future America Series. They'll hit the grid in a few moments here. You're watching Kart Chaser for today's coverage of Champions of the Future. We'll be back in just a moment.
guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Let's go race.
Come on, man. The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
It's time for our final group of karts to make their way onto the circuit. K1 Circuit has been hosting what's been an exciting weekend. Champions of the Future and the Americas Series here today, as we look to link up and battle on the racetrack with Heritage and Pro. 2 Heritage karts, Joshua Daly, Tony Gomez will battle, but the pros, the X30s, looking to try and discuss things as part of that drivers meeting, where so far the storyline has been Aquino's consistency after doing double duty with his other series right before this. It's been a busy afternoon for him, but Karamselli is going to be the conversation point in this here, Brad, because remember, he ended up as a DNF in the superheat, losing a valuable amount of points and putting him in 4th once you factored in the other heats.
Yeah, it was very, very shocking to see that loss there of Karamselli there into the superheat there. Turn 1 making all the difference there. And then Anthony Rossetti ended up with a disqualification actually from the superheat due to what was quoted a bad maneuver was the ruling on that one. So based on what the stewards saw, they ruled that contact with 604 to be on him and gave him the DNF there. So both of those drivers dropped to the bottom. It shuffles up the points a bit, but in the end here, we still are set up for 20 laps of hardcore action. And I do wonder for Aquino, though, running that double duty through, just got to make sure keeping it together and keeping very engaged. 40 laps in the end here, back to back on these 2 runs. That's a hard ask.
Absolutely. And now we'll find out who's got what it takes to take a victory for the final time here today. Remember, these drivers will have a busy next time out of the schedule, too, for those who missed the conversation when it comes to Champions of the Future in terms of its America Series. Next time out, we're going to a different location here for a doubleheader, remember. We'll touch upon that storyline later on after the action. Nate, these drivers are focused on one track right now. It's K1.
Yeah, here at K1 Circuit again. Beautiful day 4, and of course going to Spring Mountain for the next round at round 5. But X30 Pro on grid and ready to go, along with the 2K Heritage drivers at the end of this field. Alongside me, Caden O'Connor, Praxis Kart Sport. To my right, again, Aquino. Been a strong run for you in X30, a debut weekend for you, along with on the GFC, some new machinery for you. How's it been overall? Looking back on the weekend, how would you rank it thus far?
I'd say probably like a 7 or 8. Just still getting used to how this kart drives and how this engine drives. Just working on saving the tires because that was my biggest struggle in the heat races. Kind of cooked them up and was struggling the final 2 races. So just gotta manage the tires and see how it goes.
Would a win make it a 10?
Yeah.
Awesome. We'll move over to Caden O'Connor, helmet up and ready to go. Caden, you've been there all weekend long. Talk to Aiden Aquino, what a win would mean. What about for you and the Axis Kart Sport team?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great. We'd definitely like to come away with a win, for sure. I mean, a podium would be great, but definitely, you want to get the win. So we're going to, just be patient, make moves when moves need to be done, and be aggressive and try to go get it done.
For going into this weekend with no expectations, this is pretty good, right?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Of course, we'll let you get ready. We're going to talk to Surya Karamselli. New graphics for you, putting those on yesterday. Looks good. All black.
Apologies for that, as we have lost Nate trackside, as at the moment you can tell the drivers quite simply looking to tune things out and get themselves situated for victory here today. A couple of those drivers will hit the carts right now and get ready for today here in this one, Bradley.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this X30 Pro field handles as they go along here, thinking about the run going through. It's been such an exciting challenge here in the X30 Pros. Round 1 went through between Jake Drew, Eric Doan, and Keegan Kaminsky. And then round 2, of course, was a Jake Drew domination running through all the way through. And then in round 3, Eric Doan swept everything through, and it was just from the run Eric Doan pulled off. It was super dominating. Not here this weekend, so can't think about pulling away and taking off here. It is going to be the case of who here can pull away and take off this weekend, if anyone. We haven't really seen that, I feel like. Aquino's been doing well to do so, but in the end here, can he do so today?
That's the huge question, I think, on everybody's minds here today, is what can they do to be the one to stand on the top step of the podium here today and get behind that number 1 number plate down on this straightaway in the next bit. Heritage and Pro, off and away. Let's talk about that starting grid here today, where it's Aquino on the pole with O'Connor alongside. They were back and forth last race. Then it's Hermida who will start alongside Karamselli, followed by Olin in Alongside him to round out your field will be Minio. You also have Anthony Rossetti. Then Daly and Gomez are also going to be on your next tab. As you'll see right here, those three will look to battle, in particular the Heritage cards will look to fight back and forth to decide who wins amongst them. First things first, keys to victory for the final time today here, Bradley, as we get ready from California.
Keys to victory here are very, very simple. Finish the race, finish it clean, and make sure you have fun. Nate, what are your keys to victory here from Trackside?
I'm going to change out one of those tire management guys. This is a very long main event, and we talked to Aiden Aquino after the first race, said he cooked his tires after qualifying heat number 1 and had to manage them throughout the rest of the weekend. We'll say, though, on a bit of an off-topic, Eric Doan, heard you guys mention him, and to really talk about fostering talent here at Champions of the Future America Series, P4 over in Charlotte. Top 5 on the national level in the OKM package is incredibly impressive and just shows the level of talent that we have here at Champions of the Future America Series. Obviously, him not racing this weekend, but getting the win in X30 last weekend and taking it to Jake Drew in the first 2. Guys?
I was going to ask about that point. No one is a big discussion on how well he did today in terms of that performance out in Charlotte. Believes they're cooking hot dogs right now. Last I checked in with the crew over that side. So they're snacking. These drivers are ready to feast, though, for the top step of today's podium. All set to go. Heritage and Pro ready to roll here on the run to the start line. Aquino, O'Connor in control up front. Daly and Gomez in Heritage. Happy with us all throughout the day here on Kart Chaser. The green flag is out. We're underway. The Formula Works of Aquino immediately gets to work. The battle is on for second, though. Armada trying to get the run on the inside. Tries to keep it pinned alongside. Does clear for P2.
Armada, beautiful move there down the inside to get to P2 there. Able to fight off Caden O'Connor, the Axis Kart Sport driver, going through. As we watch up front, Aiden Aquino would love to just disappear here. No help, no friends, and just run away in that Formula Works kart. And Aiden Aquino right now, at least through the middle sector, appears to be doing just the thing that would be ideal. You wouldn't think that would be possible here at K1 here in Winchester, California, because Slipstream is so powerful down the straightaways. You can have great runs, but right now that gap has opened up. We cross the line here. What is that gap? As I see a helmet going completely flat there. Gap across the line, half a second, almost 6/10. Dive down the inside for second place, Caden O'Connor.
Connor immediately charges back. Look who's there. It's Karamselli. Already up into third. Already see adjustments when it comes to the radiator. Already to the inside goes to Kart Republic. Here comes Karamselli up to P2. O'Connor gets shuffled. Has to fall back to fourth. And you have to think with Sergey here in this, in terms of that conversation before the tech issue, going to be focused on trying to get a reprieve after the issues earlier. That kart seems laser focused to put on a stellar performance. And remember, out Lawn 1, it was stellar to be able to pull away from Aquino.
Yeah, Karamselli, very, very quick driver here. So we'll see 1.3 seconds, the gap right now. Aquino trying to settle into just his own rhythm here, the own run here as we see dive down the inside. O'Connor trying to go back for third out of turn 1. Does so, gets that done. Aiden Aquino, though, fastest car on track of anyone. 49.210, while you have Carmaselli in second. And what was Carmaselli's time last time over? 49.776 with a 50.4 for Caden O'Connor. So as you see the runs going through here, I mean, Aiden Aquino doing everything right, just taking off in the front, trying to manage the kart, trying to find momentum, and trying to run through. Here's my concern. Are we burning the tires out early if you're Aiden Aquino? Are you hurting yourself in the late run of this race?
Absolutely, and you see just how much the effort's there to go. So, all that being said here, as they continue to constantly make the adjustments here, Daly does have the advantage by a near second over Gomez, by the way, when it comes to the Heritage class. For those checking in, Karamselli, by the way, is your fastest kart, but it's only by 2 1,000ths on the markers here. And the tire wear, remember, hasn't been the biggest talking point, but it's been the management side, as Nate said, for 20 laps of racing, that's so much on the mind, because for a lot of the distance here, Aquino, I think, wants to at least foster this gap. You see it right there. But if he's too safe, Caramelli's going to be right on the rear end, leaving no room for error. You push too hard, guess what? You lose that advantage too, because you won't be able to defend long run. There's such a window you have to be careful of with a gap like this, especially knowing that the fastest laps are still being turned by the 604.
Yeah, Caramelli here, lap after lap, is putting in faster times, 2 tenths faster than Aquino last time through. And Nate, I think you've got something here on Aquino that maybe we don't have. What do you got for us, Nate?
Yeah, it's along those lines there, Bradley. I talked to Keegan Kaminsky, the driver coach, should say, who is on the wrenches for Aiden Aquino this weekend under the Formula Works GFC 10. Asked him, how you feeling right now with that little bit of a gap that your driver has to P2? And Caramelli looked at me, he's like, yeah, pretty confident. He's not worrying about it too much. He talked with his driver a little bit about tire management before this race, because as we talked about earlier, Aquino burned through that presser rubber at the end of Heat 1, kind of struggling with it throughout the rest of the heat races. Now, though, they have a game plan with GFC, and Keegan Kaminsky, driver coach, like I said, confident as ever.
And of course, GFC, based out to this side of the country, has been uber competitive whenever you see them on the West Coast, obviously, as a result, but also they're uber competitive on the national level, especially with some of the partnerships they've developed on the East Coast and in the central United States with those national championships, Bradley.
Yeah, it's great to see the hometown field here competing through and hometown teams coming through. There's tons of great talent across the United States in karting, and you know, you have some West Coast skill, you have some East Coast skill, and it's nice to start to see that blend come through, such as Ryan Norberg Academy going through. So, I mean, this is so great to watch all of these groups mix themselves up. You know, we have the East Coast, West Coast division that's starting to become less clear, I'd say, here.
Yeah, Nate, I know you're very familiar with that conversation with the team side. You mentioned some of the conversations. What do you have to say on this point?
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool to see GFC and what they've done over the years. The first time I went to a Super Nationals was when GFC debuted at the Super Nats, to see the progression that Gary Carlton, Sonny Cervelli, Tony Saragusa from Formula Works, and all of that team have made in that time is truly incredible. Myself and the rest of Kart Chaser got to sit down with Gary Carlton at MCC last year to talk about the progression of Gary as a driver and making GFC into what it is today. And like we've said, they are just a mega operation out west here with Formula Works. And then the new addition for 2026 out in the East Coast is Norberg Karting Academy. Of course, Ryan Norberg jumping ship onto that GFC chassis in 2026. And of course, he's a driver that we'll be keeping an eye on for getting the GFC to the top step of the podium for him. But also have to give a shout out, Jake Drew here this weekend, not driving though. A mega result last weekend at USPKS to go from last all the way back up to second. Super cool to see GFC and their progression, guys.
Yeah, that was my other question over the course of the weekend that I had in the back of my mind was, where was Jake Drew? Because he's also won in this series. Now, turn the attention, turn to the conversation point you see with Heritage, by the way. Daly in the Nash Motorsports Kart, another one of those national programs that's doing well. Daly, he is continuing to build this gap by 4/10 a lap.
Yeah, looking at Joshua Daly here, just holding on, running in the consistent momentum of the 506 kart, holding there with Gomez going through. It wasn't an ideal super heat for him going along because he DNF'd out, gave Gomez the win. And as of right now for Joshua Daly, whatever that issue was, he's been able to really hold on to it here and go through as we look at the 622 and the 615 battling it out here. This is P6 and 7 on track here. Rossetti and Mineo are battling it along here as they go through. Look at this, outside to inside, a pass into the D. We haven't seen that all weekend, and we're not seeing it yet. Looked for it, wasn't able to clear.
So difficult to set it up there because there's not a lot of lead-up time in the first place. Anybody who's gone side by side, I think I've counted it 3 times, they've immediately blended back single file because of just, you need to set up for 5 and then all the way down the hillside in both of the D sections. Already past halfway in this race, by the way. You can tell the top 2 have stayed in control. Aquino in particular up on their pylon. You can tell, though, with some of the drivers that as they continue to learn about here, are getting to the sense of long run. The fall-off is starting to hit. The pace has dropped off for some of the karts by 1 to 4/10 a lap as they battle at the back.
This seems like one of those just really feeling quick, but unfortunately it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. And right now for Daniel Mineo, this has just not been the opportunity to pass, but certainly looking quick so far back here in the back of the pack. We're halfway through the race here, and right now this is where things are really starting to show the pace differential here. Defense, big slide to the inside there coming through, and unfortunately, I think this is one of those where for Daniel Mineo, you gotta breathe a little bit. You can see he wants to go for the pass. He's almost yelling at himself, it looks like, down the front stretch. You see the left hand come off the wheel and kind of shake a little bit. It's almost like he's saying, why can't I get past him? Sometimes patience can play in a little bit here. Sometimes you see drivers just overcook their stuff, and unfortunately it can prove to be problematic here.
Speaking of which here, remember that conversation in terms of the front. Look at what just happened. Aquino on the pylon because he's off the side of the racetrack. The gap had closed down by about a second over the past 2 laps, and he is pulled off to the side of the D.
What has happened to Aiden Aquino? Because that is Caramselli up with a 3.5 second lead to the front. Was there any help there? That gap had been rapidly closing. Is that a failure of the car, or is that a moment of side-by-side contact that we missed? We'll find out here momentarily as we try to get some info on the back end here of what happened, but that, talk about how to turn your weekend absolutely upside down for Aiden Aquino. What was such a good run, such a good race, he's now pulled way off the track.
An unreal twist to the storylines, and what a twist of fate. Hearing the radiator leaking from that situation as well for Aquino, so obviously things going sour on the motor side. So that is a big twist over what was a dominating effort for the 621 majority of the weekend. Now Caramselli, who had his own issues in the superheat, is well in control here. All that being said, as you see the battle between Anthony Rossetti, I should rather say, along with Neo. Right now, you can tell the factory car's starting to build up this buffer.
Building the buffer, holding on, and definitely keeping things smooth so far as we go through. Good for Aiden Aquino to catch that leak and be able to pull off to the side before it can cause any more damage to that engine. Hopefully we'll be able to salvage that equipment through for the next race out. But any sort of moment like that is, of course, heartbreaking through. Finally, we're seeing Mineo here starting to put some pressure on Rossetti as they come through the 622 and the 615 respectively as they go along and keep through. We're seeing the white helmet there of Daniel Mineo finally up to the back, and Anthony Rossetti again starting to put some challenge here. Now it's just a matter of where do you find the pass. We go into the D here, stays behind, sliding, trying to send it outside into the start of Sector 2 there through Turn 5. Not the best place to try to go outside. Not able to do so as they go down, twisting through Sector 2. Still sticking nose to tail here. It's just going to be a matter for Daniel Mineo of getting that pass set up and through.
Definitely. And now, as we're under 5 laps to go in this race, the rest of the field ready to see where things shake up amongst what's going to be an interesting battle for the championship, especially with some of the drivers here on property and some of those that are on the wrenches over the course of this weekend. Armada in a great spot for the top 3, as we say, but as the gaps continue to turn, I will ask you this here in terms of the weekend, Bradley. It's been the type of weekend where intensity has been high. We've seen that with the heats yesterday. But in the end, you had to be able to endure the heat and the track temps as well as your tires to make sure your kart can last. What was, when you add up all the laps in this class, for example, you go 30 yesterday in the heats. You have an adjustment there on top of that, by the way, midpoint, but also an additional 15 in the superheat, plus the 20 in the final. You add up those laps, plus your respective warm-ups, plus qualifying, plus the practices leading into the weekend. You're somewhere upwards of near 100 laps probably overall, in the ballpark of at least more than 70. There's a lot of laps you've had to turn to make sure your kart could survive for this finale.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that, you have to remember in the world of karting is mechanical failures are unforgiving. They do not care that you have a multi-second lead up in the front. They do not care that you are the points leader in the championship. They happen, and when they happen, they hurt. Physically, you have to keep yourself in tip-top shape and keep it together. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. That's been the name of the game this weekend, I'm sure, especially all of our Kart Chaser crew. I know I've seen in our chats in the background questions for water come through saying, hey, can I get extra waters? I need some extra waters to go through. And a big shout out to all of the trackside crew that have been here as well to help out. I know they have been out in the heat just as well, keeping this racing going, keeping everything moving. So, it's been a demanding weekend on everyone. And I think really what we've seen is, as I always say, a lot of luck and a little bit of skill tends to make the difference. A lot of skill and a little bit of luck tends to make the difference. Sometimes more luck than others really plays out for the difference here on the run as we go through. Helmet tucking coming all the way along. Battle's still developing here as we go. This is going to be O'Connor and Hermida crossing the line. Actually, that is O'Connor crossing the line, putting Daniel Mineo, or not Daniel Mineo, that is lapping Tony Gomez. My apologies there, going through as they continue to run along here. There is O'Connor continuing to move through the first of the sectors. Justin, it's been a long weekend for these drivers, for everyone here at the track. It's been hot, and here's the fun thing, though, as we go through the season, it only gets warmer.
Curious how many races we see O'Connor in particular here, because seeing some drivers take the full commitment of the season. First time we haven't seen Doan, for example, on the campaign on a race. That leaves Caramselli, I should say, as the only driver to run every single event so far this season. He's gotten himself in good track position each and every round. Today is the day he gets to add his name to the wins list for this season. What a day for the 604. He has only one more sector after the run down the hill to go.
Caramselli running through here, and again, think about what happened this morning to Caramselli. You talk about that lot of skill and a little bit of luck. Luck just wasn't on his side. That contact with Anthony Rossetti going through, and for Sergei Caramselli coming into the final corner, it's going to be a redemption Sunday, but it's been a beautiful weekend there as he's battled it out all the way through.
New chassis, new victory for the trophy case. It's Caramselli who takes it in pro and done so by more than 6 seconds. In second is O'Connor, followed by Hermida on the field. Olin followed by Rossetti on the order as they'll come across the stripe with some separations. Daly and Gomez already completing their runs also have picked up first and second in Heritage. What a drive in the Kart Republic this weekend here in X30 Pro for the 604. And what a day for Daly. He adds a win to his totals here today.
What a great run there for him in K100 Heritage. Joshua Daly there with Nash Motorsports. A great run from him going through. You saw him cross the line just behind the leader, just barely going a lap down at that point, going through there, able to redeem from his mechanical failure in over Tony Gomez in the superheat. But, man, what a wild weekend, summed up with an absolutely amazing race all the way along there for Caramselli, O'Connor, and Hermida, your top three.
A brilliant race for the 604. Bad luck for some, but he had bad luck himself and gets to be the number one here today. See, everyone will jump on in for their celebrations here today at K1 Circuit for our final of the day. Nate, you're with our winners.
Sergey Karamsely getting the win on the KR going into the weekend. We talked. You said you wanted the win that was going to make this weekend whole, and you got it done. Talk about it.
I mean, this weekend was a lot of ups and downs. Obviously, the new chassis, a lot of problems with it. So definitely getting used to it also was pretty hard. It's a very different chassis to the GFC. The only session that I really hated was today's superheat, obviously. I mean, just right off of the start, everything went down, so I didn't even finish the race. But finishing today on pole definitely is an achievement, even though with the Akini, we had an incident where he spilled water. His radiator blew, so yeah, I'm definitely lucky. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I can tell that you're kind of lost for words right now with how long that final was. I don't envy your position. We'll keep it quick. Who would you like to thank for this one?
I would like to thank, first of all, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. He's the one who did everything. This is why I'm here right now. I have to thank KR. I mean, Kart Republics is a chassis that is made for tracks like this, very long.
O'Connor, P2 at the end. Caden, I mean, for a weekend where you were so close to the guys up front falling off just a little bit throughout that race, what was the difference maker?
Yeah, I think just missed the mark a little bit. I think towards the end, we just got it really overstuck, and I was struggling with pace. And, it's also just a little bit of inexperience with this motor and track combo, but I think we'll keep digging and try to find more for the next one.
Who would you like to thank for this podium?
I mean, it's like Sergey said, Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, he's the one. I want to thank my team, obviously. I want to thank my mechanic, Travis. I want to thank my parents, my sponsors, Design, and just everybody behind the scenes. So,
all right. Well, thank you, Connor. We'll move over. P3 on the track. Santiago, haven't talked to you all weekend, unfortunately, but it's on the podium for you. Obviously falling back a little bit and having some tire issues as well. Those things look chewed up after this one. But just talk about that main event.
Yeah, I guess I'm just lucky to be here, right? I know I'm showing up here just for my second X30 race. I've had the support of Chris. I've been racing with him for 2 years now with Precision Works, and he keeps helping me out. He keeps believing in me. I'd like to thank my sponsors, AHG, athletes. They're always backing me as well. But yeah, it's just, I know there's a lot to learn. I know there's a lot to, sometimes I can be there, sometimes I can't, but it's typically just falling off towards the end. And some of it is just like stupid mistakes and everything, but it's just seat time.
All right, well, thank you. Hope to see you out for the rest of the rounds. We're going to move back to KA Heritage here. Josh Daly, Tony Gomez. We'll start with you, Josh. We talked earlier on the weekend. Obviously not the field you have wanted this weekend, but you two definitely have had some close battles, especially on Saturday. Just talk about how challenging that main event was. It was a long one under the California sun. It wasn't easy, was it?
Yeah, no, it's not. Like, I'm not used to doing the 20 laps because of the Masters. We run like a few laps less than that. So when we hit the halfway mark, I was kind of like, holy shit, holy crap, we're only halfway. And I was like, wow, we got a long way to go. So definitely a little bit challenging as an older guy, man. Put in those last few laps, you definitely trying to hang on a little bit more than you were at the beginning. So yeah, it makes it a little bit tough, but the weather's super nice today, so it made it a little bit easier in that perspective.
Who would you like to thank for this win?
My team, man. My team, Nash, Seth, Blake, Tyler, all the kids under the tent, the parents. I thank everybody. My wife, she lets me come out here and do this and on my free time and stuff and spend our money doing this. So I got to thank her and my family at home, my mom, my brother. They're always there watching and rooting me on. So just a big shout out to them and thank you guys very much. And thank you to Champions. You guys put on a great event, and I have a blast coming out here every month. This kind of stuff is so much fun, and I really enjoy it.
All right, well, perfect. Thank you, Josh. Tony Gomez, haven't had to talk to you all weekend, but Again, long main event. We heard from Josh how difficult that was, just from your perspective.
Yeah, it was pretty challenging. 20 laps. Missed it on tire pressure a little bit. The guys from GFC and Formula Works really helped me out getting up to the front where we're at now, and showed a lot of pace over the weekend, and we just missed it on tire pressure a little bit at the end. So, Gary, my mechanic, has done a good job. Nothing's fallen off. So, yeah, just we're excited for the future.
I asked this question to Josh yesterday. I'd like to hear your response. Obviously, you two had some good battling on Saturday. What's your message to the rest of the West Coast Masters that should come out here and give Champions of the Future a try?
Whoever is not here is missing out, because you guys are a first-class organization. It's so friendly, and it's so user-friendly, and it's a lot of give and take here, and a lot of the guys everybody helps everybody out. So it's been an amazing experience to race with you guys here.
Who would you like to thank for this podium?
I'd like to thank my mechanic Gary, and I would like to Formula Works GFC. They've helped me out a bunch. Cameron, he's worked with me to get me up to speed here, and all my whole team.
All right, well, perfect. Thank you so much. That is your X30 and KA100 Heritage Provisional podiums. We'll have the final podiums later on in the day, but we're going to send it back to Justin and Bradley. What a weekend it was, guys.
What a weekend it absolutely was there, Nate. Thank you very much once again. So on that note here, Brad, what are your final thoughts over the course of this weekend to recap what was an eventful weekend where we've seen different winners come on through to victory lane and to the podium, and in turn sets us up for a doubleheader next time?
Yeah, going into the doubleheader in a month's time here at the end of May over in Nevada for the Spring Mountain. It's going to be exciting. One of the things that I've really realized over this weekend more and more is the fact that there's no solid answer for who's the best of the best. It seems like every time we go through, somebody's finding that little edge. One person over the other is finding a little bit more. And if you want to be the best here at Champions of the Future in the America Series, you have to keep finding that competitive edge, that little extra, and push a little bit more. Otherwise, you're going to be left in the dust.
So critical to be able to keep yourself clean over the course of a weekend. And in the end, we've seen some phenomenal racing here in Champions of the Future in the America Series. Again, next time for the series, they'll head to Spring Mountain. That'll be on the 29th through the 31st in terms of those dates per the schedule. That will see the double points be scored over the course of that weekend. It should be an eventful time over in Nevada. But we're not done for our coverage here on Kart Chaser. We have a podium coming up. That will be at approximately 3 p.m. Pacific time. So be sure to stay tuned to see the full podium celebrations and your official results come in as a result. We'll take a break until then. You're watching Kart Chaser here from K1 Circuit in Winchester, California.
So welcome then to Podium ceremony for round 4 of Champions of the Future America Series. Long weekend as our mini U10s make their way to the podium. Finishing in third on the weekend, the 165 Nash Motorsports of Lucas Freitas Mello. Lucas will be presented the third place finisher trophy. Coming in second for Precision Works, Pickle Rick Racing, Sebastian Madiacek. And then your winner in Mini U10 for round 4 for Bishop Motorsports, Carson Bishop. Carson will get to the top of the podium. Raise those trophies high. Your podium in Mini U10. And you guys can drop those trophies down. Do a little bit of celebrations with apple cider. We'll take those trophies away for the celebrations. Sebastian, hold on to that trophy just a little bit longer. Grabbing Carson's helmet out of the way. One thing left to do. Drivers, you can take those bottles and have a little bit of a celebration. What a way to end it off for our Mini U10 drivers. Bottles are empty, so are their energy after this weekend. They're gaining up on Carson at this point. Price to pay to be a winner. I think we'll clear these guys off. There's the fist for Carson Bishop. He's figured it out. All right, and we'll clear these guys off the podium. Drivers, you can hop off the podium. Congratulations. We'll have our minis next up. Set up the podiums again for our mini drivers. Coming in third place in mini for position 1 Motorsports, the GFC of Kendall West. Another podium on the year for Kendall West. Kendall, over here, Kendall in third. There we go on the right step. It's been an impressive season for Kendall West thus far. Still looking for her maiden win. Coming in second place for EOS, for competition speed, Asher Bizonsky. And then finally, your winner, driving a Nash Motorsports Energy Kart, the 205 of Maddox Carlucci. win for Maddox, another win for Nash Motorsports. You guys can raise those trophies high for the pictures. Congratulations to you guys. You can drop those trophies. We'll grab those for the celebrations. Clear the podium of trophies and helmets. Maddox and Asher will grab yours in just a sec. Well, guys, there's one thing left for it. Grab those bottles. The celebrations! They figured out how to use the bottles. They've used the rest of them. Congrats, guys. You can take the final sips, a podium, and a win for Carlucci. You guys can hop off. Be nice and careful. It's your mini podium. So we'll clean the podium and get ready for KA Junior. KA 100 Junior next on the podium, coming in third on a Kart Nick Tony Kart, number 315, Bronson Kustis. Bronson finally making himself on the podium in Champions of the Future competition. Coming in second place on the day on an EOS with Nash Motorsports behind it, a first career podium in Champions of the Future for Aaron Spears. Here will be presented the second place finisher trophy. It's got an extra shoe. I have a feeling I know what's coming when we do the celebrations. But your winner for round 4 of Champions of the Future America Series and KA 100 Junior, driving a Hayner Racing Team Cosmic, number 307, Sebastian Hauser. So there you have your top 3 in KA 100 Junior. Raise those trophies high. And you guys can drop those down. We'll come and collect trophies and helmets from you guys. Final few helmets getting clear. That only means one more thing, guys. The celebrations. There's the shoey from Aaron Spears. Congrats, guys. You can go through the door. KA 100 Junior, congrats to you 3. We'll get podiums cleared off for KA Senior. KA 100 Senior on the podium next. Driving a Team Kartnik CS55 in third place, the 480 of Oliver Calvo. Coming in second place on the day, driving a Gillard OTK presented by NRC, the 476 of Jackson Gibson. And then finally, your winner, driving a GFC Formula Works, the number 416, Matthew Cagle. You guys can lift those trophies high. Your podium in KA100 Senior. Pictures being taken from the paddock. You guys can drop those trophies down. We'll come and collect those and your helmets. You can grab trophies and helmets still. You guys are eager to go. All right, guys, you've been waiting for it. Celebrations, go at it. All right, congratulations. You guys really went at it. Wow. You guys can hop off the podium. Congrats on your top three. We'll have KA Heritage on the podium next. Coming in third place as we get the podium all set for our Heritage drivers. In third, Anthony Rossetti for Precision Works. Be awarded the third place trophy. Coming in second, driving a Lakeside Karting GFC, Tony Gomez. And then your winner in KA100 Heritage, driving a Nash Motorsports OTK, Joshua Daly.
Woo! Number one, baby!
You guys can lift those trophies high for the photos. Congratulations to our Heritage drivers. You guys can drop those down. We'll come and grab the trophies and your helmets before we spray the champagne. All right, podium clear. You guys know what to do. The champagne! guys. PA 100 Heritage. Knowing how to get it done on the podium. X30 up next. And finally, X30 Pro coming in third place on the day, driving a Precision Works CRG, Santiago Hermada. Finishing in second on an Axis Kart Sport OTK, the 619 of Caden O'Connor. And then on the top step, for the first time in his career and here in Champions of the Future America Series, your winner for Maxwell Sim Racing Team on board a Kart Republic, the 604 of Sergey Karamseli. So congrats to our X30 drivers. Sergey representing Kart Republic here in Champions of the Future America Series. Raise those trophies high. Congrats to our X30 drivers. Grabbing a few photos from teams and drivers. You guys can drop down those trophies. We'll come and grab them before the champagne. Grabbing helmets as well. Wait, hold on. So congrats to our X30 drivers. And from Champions of the Future Round 4, that does it for myself, Nate Dean, the entire hardworking crew at Champions of the Future America Series, K1, Kart Chaser, and RGMMC. We thank you for watching, and we'll see you later.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the express written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.